Good morning. Good morning. All right. So futures are modestly higher, +9 handles. VIX is in a sideways range on the 1-minute chart. Morning, Katrina. Okay, so this morning we're dealing with futures a bit higher. Major gamma levels remain unchanged from what we saw yesterday. And we're looking for high volatility again as VIX keeps romping around between 19 and 20. Major supports at 43.42. Let me just mark that up on the chart. 43.42 major support. 43.42. 43.42 and 43.02. 302. Okay. 43.42. Okay, 43.42 is right there. Major resistance obviously stays right there. 4,400. $43.02. Okay, so we finished the day yesterday on this downward leg. This is not updating at the moment. We were oversold again. RSI oversold again. So that's more of a bullish setup. If we can get VIX to drop off. Good morning, Ali. My thoughts are until we get above 4,400, we need to consider any bounces as most likely being rejected. It might be areas where we want to think about taking puts. In addition, taking risk off the table if you're in a sector that's not performing that well, like growth stocks, and we don't get a bounce that follows through today, I'd probably be taking more of those positions, reducing my exposure. Right now, we've got Apple up 55 cents, Google's up $8.70, Netflix is up $4.96, Nvidia's up $1.65, Facebook continues lower, $3.45, and we have Google up $8.72 after dip yesterday. So, Facebook continues this leg down. You can see the 9-21 day or overhead. Whenever I see this condition, I'm thinking, one, if I want to be a long, I'm looking at a mean reversion trade with a bias to the downside. So I know that I have short-term resistance at the moving averages, previous days high. So that one is not that great. I mean, 200 day is probably going to get down to 200 day and start to bounce or start the base. We need the moving averages to be rising up and to the right like they were here on the left side of the chart from April into August. That's not the condition right now, so just know what you're trading. Apple, we want that to be above the 50-day. This is also in a markdown. Google was above the 50-day. Now it's below the 50-day as of yesterday. So that needs to change. Microsoft looks good. If Microsoft can close above the 50-day and start to follow through, that probably won't happen until Wednesday, Thursday. Microsoft, let's see what Microsoft's doing. Microsoft, morning, Daniel. Microsoft is up $1.36, trading $295.59. $295, so it's above the 50-day. All right. Microsoft looks good. The other FANG stocks, if you're thinking about the Qs, you need to see all of these stocks above VWAP today. They closed below VWAP. Every single one of these closed below VWAP. Tesla was looking good yesterday. It was the closest to VWAP. It did manage to close green on the day, $6.45. So these all need to flip and get back above the VWAP today and start trending higher. If we're going to get strength in the Qs, we do have earnings this week. Banks, big banks start the fourth quarter earnings season. So be very curious to see. You could wait another day, wait for the banks to start to report. If you're thinking about banks, I would wait until after they report, see what they do, if they continue to base at a lower level or if they flag at a higher level. Eliminate some of your risk. Morning, Kieran. Okay, so here are those FANG stocks. They're all below VWAP. Facebook and a trend lower. Facebook. All right, so I'm not interested in trading these when they're in a downward trend. Apple, Google, Microsoft, Nvidia, Netflix, they're all higher this morning. Facebook is lower. VIX is bouncing around near its morning low. Morning low is about 1926, 1927. It's trading 1941. Little bounce here on the 1-minute chart going into the opening bell. We got less than 2 minutes to go. Less than 2 minutes to go. All right. So we finished the day near the lows, 1-to-1 down volumes. It wasn't a lot of volume yesterday. That's the one thing that the bulls had in their favor. There wasn't a lot of volume. We had about 18 blocks. The largest blocks were 262,000. There were only 2 of those. And a half dozen or so at 251,000. Those were 437, right around 437.50 or so. So we need to get above that. All right, get less than a minute to go. Take profits the first 15 or 20 minutes in stocks that are up a lot, typically, and then we wait until about 950 at the earliest to start thinking about trades. Look and see what is the strongest, what sectors are leading. Like yesterday was materials and mining. Going into the bell right here, we've got about 90% of sectors are green like they were yesterday, but we faded. So just keep that in mind that we could fade again. All right, so we've got a long way to go to get back up to yesterday's high. Stock charts has been acting weird the last couple of days. S&P 500. All right, so we're starting to fade a little bit right here. Okay, VIX spiking up there. VIX spiking up. Watch your SPY. And the futures look like they're going to roll over here. Looks like they're going to roll over. It's a little too early to tell what's going to happen today. So if you can, wait a few minutes before making any decisions. Sectors are quickly changing. We're still at about 85, 90% green. Retail, consumer discretionary is higher this morning. Our VIX is moving higher. VIX is scooting higher. Tesla up $8.68. Tesla's chopping around right now, profit taking, no doubt. Snap is up $1. Snap. Snap is +1. Netflix is +8. Netflix. AMD is above 105. It's up almost $1. AMD. All right, SPY. VIX, man, VIX is all over the place. Big moves in the VIX. Wow, that was a big move. 1970 down to 1935, 40-cent moves. All right, now starting to bounce again. Wow, this is really quite choppy. Tesla plus 9, Netflix plus 10. Netflix is still going. All right, so I'm not going to do anything except maybe take a little profits off the table on these moves right now. These could easily reverse. All right, some of the rails, looking for a follow through in the rails. All right, looking for CP, Canadian Pacific, to get above the 50-day. Norfolk Southern. All right, these are very early. It's very early. Union Pacific. Okay, stocks yesterday we were looking at Elvis, Las Vegas Sands. All right, that's pushing. Las Vegas looks like it wants to go. Win is above the, not quite. I thought Win, we're looking for that to get above the 50-day. Las Vegas Sands looks like it's going to do it first. Elvis looks good. Elvis. Elvis on the move. Elvis has a $1.50 ATR. It's up 85 cents right now. AFRM continuation. AFRM. Little bounce. Flagging at the upper half of its Bollinger Bands. Elvis, looking for the casinos to continue. VIX bouncing back up again. This is really weird. I haven't seen VIX do this in a while. Bouncing around. A 40-cent move from high to low, back to high. Now it looks like it's headed back to the low. All right, Tesla. We got a lot of blocks on Tesla. Looks like Tesla is going to keep going. Tesla looks good. All right, so the next leg I was looking for, this is exactly what I was looking for. Tesla. Tesla, this is exactly what I was looking for on Tesla. If you were listening yesterday and the day before, Friday, we've been looking at these consolidations. You can see a consolidation takes about 2 weeks in this case, pops up 2 days. Then what does it do? It goes through consolidation again, and then it has a follow-through day. It pops up. So can we get to 820 today? I'm thinking 810 fairly quickly. 810. We got a $20 ATR. It's up almost 15 bucks. We just need the indices to cooperate. VIX, I haven't seen this in a while. This is like so choppy on the VIX. It's up 40 cents, down 40 cents, up 40 cents, down 40 cents within a 4-minute time span. 1, 2, 3, 4. A 10-minute time span. It's been back and forth to the highs and to the lows. That's crazy. So there's a lot of hedging going on. Tesla looks really good. All right, so Tesla doing exactly what I was looking for. Now it's breaking out. RSI is rising. This is the breakout day most likely if this continues. It would be helpful if the indices also move higher. Okay, we'd like to see the indices moving higher, not just individual stocks. That would help them a great deal. VIX is back up to the morning high. SPY, as a consequence, is just sitting here flat. All right, VIX is pushing higher. So if you're trading the index options, keep an eye on VIX. All right, let the market settle down before we do anything. It is a good course of action. Okay, Netflix was up 10. That faded very quickly. Netflix, not crazy about that action. It jumped up to 638. It's back down to 629, 630. Netflix, watching Microsoft, that needs to get back above the 50-day. Facebook continues to show weakness. FANG stocks, not that much in favor. The early morning pops, huge reversals and moves lower. So most likely what we're going to see is more of the rotation into cyclicals. Okay. We're at the 21 day. We need to see a bounce here. Same with growth. But for now, watching cyclicals. With banks reporting, all the major banks, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. I'm not doing much at the moment. Waiting for the opening range. All right, breath. Let's see what breath looks like. It's been improving. Breath has been improving. Yesterday, breath thrusts. Hello? Hello? Did the mic drop off here? Something's going on. Did I lose my... Can you hear me? Mic check, mic check, mic check. All right, VIX is spiking up again. Mic check, mic check, mic check. Breath. All right, we need to see NIMO and NAMO moving higher. All right, VIX is, SPY is starting to trail off pretty quickly here. SPY starting to trail off. VIX is spiking. I don't know what they don't like it, I guess. I don't know. Wednesday puts. All right, VIX is spiking pretty hard. Mic check, mic check. All right. VIX on the move. SPY. Puts for insurance if you're so inclined. All right, VIX is spiking up to the highs. Wow, this is really something else. These moves today. All right, so SPY. Reversal at the 21-day back below the 9 EMA. So it looks like we're going to test this low again if we keep heading lower. Oversold again. We're dropping off. Major supports down there at 43.42, and then another level below that. I don't know what's going on with stock charts. All right, so VIX is at the highs. All right, Tesla. Let's keep an eye on Tesla. Tesla's up 14. It's giving back a little bit now. So as an ATR of 20, Tesla could follow through. We're looking for the follow through on Tesla. Probably a good idea to take some exposure off. If the markets continue to move lower, we'll get a better re-entry in some cases. Lithium-based companies like LAC. We're watching Tesla surge again. LAC, nice follow through. Lithium Americas. or we're starting to build a little bit of buying down here. What's Bitcoin doing? Bitcoin pulled back a bit. All right, so that's okay. We'll look to re-enter Mara. We'll look to re-enter Mara on this dip. All right, Lithium America, LAC. That's got an ATR of $1.50. It's up $1.66, so it's probably seeing the high of the day as it presses higher. Right here. All right, SPY's starting to bounce now. IWM, watching small caps. They're in a little bit of a bid here. IWM. All right, IWM's got a nice bounce here, nice bid in the markets. Elvis. Elvis is through the 50-day. Elvis tagged the 50-day, pulled back a little bit. Now it's starting to bounce. That was yesterday's price action, no? There we go. Elvis pushing through. Elvis. Yeah, Axel, that company should continue. I really like that position. Axel has a nice follow through. It should see 13 and then go on to even higher levels, I would think. Axel, as we transition from gasoline to electric vehicles, more and more people are buying electric vehicles. Okay, you can see that this is traded up in the 20s. This has traded up there. In the 20s. All right, so that's looking like where it's headed. All these electric vehicles need drivetrains, axles, and other parts that AXL produces. So that's a nice looking trade there. Let's look at Lockheed Martin. That's something I'd like to buy. Lockheed's on the move. Looks like it's just going to keep moving. Lockheed Martin. All right. Lockheed Martin looks good. All right, so Boeing had a nice follow through. It's starting to sit at the 200-day. Watch L3 Harris, LHX, L3 Harris. Continuation. You got Northrop Grumman moving higher. You got RTX, Raytheon. All right, bouncing at the 9 EMA. Nice little pullback. I like the pullbacks. Look for the follow through now. SPY's still pushing higher. LMT, Lockheed Martin. All right, Lockheed Martin, LMT, this looks good. I'd have about a $2 stop on this one. About half of the ATR. Looks like it's going to break higher. Lockheed Martin, Raytheon, defense names. All right, LMT looks good. Lockheed Martin. Look at the volume. That's institutions. What's the deal with my headset? Something's going on with the inputs. Mic check, mic check, mic check. Mic check. Ah, that was really weird. I just touched the potentiometer, or this little rheostat on my mixer. Just volume came back in. All right, VIX is starting to move higher again. VIX has been to the highs and the lows, back and forth all morning. Very odd price action. There goes Lockheed Martin. Okay, Lockheed Martin continuation looks good. LMT. Maybe they're having sunspots or something. What the hell's going on? Charts. Seeing some odd things on my Schwab charts too. Lockheed Martin, nice bounce here, nice bounce. We're at the key moving average at 200-day. Lockheed looking for a follow through. Lockheed looking for the follow through here. Pushing through. See how stock charts? This was yesterday's price action. This will disappear. Watch. I'm going to keep an eye on this. All right, we're looking for a push above 362. Gets above this pivot right here, we could launch. The thing with Lockheed Martin is we did this previously. Last time we traded this one was over here on the left. You see this over here? This is where we traded it last time. Exact same setup. Okay, so Lockheed Martin is a very good setup here. You got the break, the trend break, and you got the trend break again. Same setup. Look at the moving averages. Moving averages turn up and to the right. Okay, you got RSI drifting higher. That's what it's doing now. Okay, up and to the right is what we want to see.
It's 10 o'clock.
Same setup. A
10.39
different
million on Jolt's job openings.
Jolt's temp. Did you say 10.9?
That's below the 10.925 million estimate. HOTH, Health Therapeutics, receives approval to commence cohort 2.
What was Jolt's? I thought I heard him say 10.9. Let's see. Jolt's.
That's Hotel Oscar Tango Hotel. HOTH shares spiking $1.29 on that news. That's HOTH.
Let's see. Let's see what Bloomberg says here. Jolts. Anybody catch what Charlie just said? Was it 10.9? I think it was 10.9. All right, so we got this nice same setup. This time we're above this huge base here. You see all of that basing action there? All of that volume by price. Now that we move above that level, this is a key level for a follow through. Okay, once we move above this line, that is a good level. Okay, we're just pushing through that level now. Okay, that's good. All right, Lockheed Martin. All right, so notice the volume over here. It's a little bit lower, but you can see all this green here. That's institutions picking up shares. You can see the volume over here was a bit higher. We broke out from below. The trend change occurred under the 200-day. This time we're right at the 200-day. Okay, so we're trying to get above the 200-day. We're going to follow through here. This would be good for the follow through. Trend break. Same setup though. We got the 921-day crossed up and to the right. So this is the beginning stages. All right. All right, that's phase two. Phase two starting here on
Scientific collaboration with Prelude Therapeutics to develop novel biomarkers for multiple oncology candidates. That's Papa Romeo Lima Delta PRLT.
all right. All right, looks good. All right, Lockheed Martin, I like it. LMT.
Resuming trade now. November Tango Romeo Bravo. After a circuit breaker halt, hitting a new high, $11.72. That's NTRB, up 55% now.
All right, what's Tesla doing? Tesla's up 17 in the meantime. Tesla's about to take out the high of the day.
Announcing earlier exclusive manufacturer agreement for DioCheck visual COVID-19 and antibody indicator patch. That was a press release out at 7:30 from the company. That's November Tango Romeo Bravo and TRB.
Okay, that's that. All right, so Elvis looks good too. Elvis breaking through the 50-day. All right, this looks really awesome. I know a couple of people who like to trade this one a lot. Sunrise Trader. He's probably on this one already. All right. Trend change underway on Elvis as well. All right, that looks good. Elvis looks good. SPY is still sitting here at 434. We need to see VIX drop really hard. All right, this is not updating today's charts. This is weird. What the hell's going on with stock charts? You know what? Let's do it differently. Let's go to their ACP. See how this works. Elvis continuation. All right, so keep an eye on Elvis. All right, VIX is trying to push higher. Stick with your hedges for a little while in case we need them. In case we need them, stick with your hedges. Let's keep an eye on SPY. All right. Lockheed Martin looking for the follow through. Lockheed has earnings in 2 weeks. We've seen $23.53 for this year, $28 projected for next year. So that's pretty good. All right.
FB, Facebook, moving off the lows now, 318.31, down about 2%, dropping after the report that a second Facebook whistleblower going to testify before Congress. That's Foxtrot Bravo.
All right, SPY just sitting here. Patience.
INFO and NWSA, EU antitrust regulators set to clear S&P's $44 billion ISS deal.
Elvis just hanging out at the 50-day moving average. SPY trying to turn and move higher.
That's INFO and SPGL, SPGI, Sandy Copper Gulf, India.
Stock's very choppy today. Again. LMT looking for a follow through. All right, what are you going to do, SPY? Elvis pulling back a bit. Elvis. Netflix and Nvidia still bullish on the day. Tesla off the highs of the day. We finally got that $8.10 that I was looking for. All right, VIX is starting to trail off now. VIX is starting to trail off. Snap looking for the bounce.
APDN, Applied DNA, implements Safe Circle COVID-19 testing program at Sarah Lawrence College. That's Alpha Papa Delta November. APDN. Shares of Applied DNA Sciences spiking here.
Okay. IWM trying to bounce. All right, we got a high tick alert. High tick alert. Yeah, I agree, Russell. These moves are just crazy. VIX is bouncing around. Las Vegas Sands pulling back a little bit. All right, there goes VIX again. VIX is on the move. Most of your stocks are going to be affected by the indices. Keep an eye on indices. VIX is spiking. This is so strange. Watching the VIX spiking back and forth on a 1-minute chart. 5 minutes later, it's at the lows. Then it's back up to the highs, and it's back down to the lows. I see most of you are looking at the same thing, so we're all on the same page. Very risky in this case. And we're in between everything. So either we are going to test the recent lows, or, you know, you see stock charts is having a lot of issues. I can see these are all zeros right now. That shouldn't be. Dow Jones. Very strange. It's almost like somebody's pulling the strings.
cDNA, Care DNA, announcing launch of AlloSure Lung to coincide with chest meeting on October 16th. That's Charlie Delta November Alpha. cDNA.
All right. Okay, yesterday morning blog post, we had a number of stocks showing relative strength. Cloudflare was one, NET, Cloudflare. NET continuation. It's up 3%. Warby Parker, WRBY, Warby Parker. They are a company that produces discount frames that are modeled on designer brands, discounted eyewear. I have a couple of pair of glasses from them. It's a good company. Good customer service. Warby Parker continues to push higher. That was showing relative strength yesterday, along with FBNC, First Bank Corp, following through. A lot of relative strength names. Louisiana Pacific. Remember these stocks continue. LPX.
mRNA, Moderna FDA Advisory Committee to convene on October 14th to discuss whether data presented.
LPX looks like it's going to keep going. LPX.
Vaccine for emergency authorized use.
It's up
At least 6 months.
$2 and change. All right, so it's already traded its ATR.
Member Alpha FDA has published the briefing documents for Moderna.
All right, so LPX looks like a expansion day breakout. LPX, Louisiana Pacific. Let's look at Weyerhaeuser and what was that Canadian stock again? As Anton was looking at. Canadian lumber. I wrote it down where I wouldn't forget it, and I forgot it. Okay. Okay. WFG. Yeah, WFG. Thank you. All right, let me make sure I write this down this time. WFG, LPX, and Weyerhaeuser, they're all in bullish trends. All right. LPX, just coming off the 21-day. It's up 2 days in a row. You'd be chasing it here, but it looks like it's just going to keep going. Expansion day. All right, intraday looks like a rising VWAP is rising. Stock charts is not updating its charts. All right, so let's go back to, or it just did. It just did. LPX, Louisiana Pacific. Let's SPY pulling back. Louisiana Pacific, bullish VWAP. Relative volume looks good. I wouldn't do much today. Just stay with the stocks that are showing relative strength. All right. All right, SPY pulling back more. VIX is pushing higher. Netflix is up almost 2. It was much higher earlier this morning. The FANG stocks languishing. Facebook's trying to turn now. Netflix trying to push a bit higher. It's below. All of these are below VWAP, the FANG stocks. So we really need to see them push higher. We don't absolutely have to have them, but they would sure help if these FANG stocks are moving higher. Watching Louisiana Pacific at the moment. Okay, the markets are flat. I'll monitor on my cell. I just got to take a 5-minute break. I'll be right back.
recent fund announcing commencement of tender offer for up to 5% of its outstanding common shares. That's Charlie Uniform Bravo Alpha CUBA. Shares up about 0.5% now at $5.92 on CUBA. TTNP, Titan Pharma getting a pop here. Tango Tango November Papa. Early this morning, Titan announcing research and option license agreement with MUSC FRD. That's Tango Tango November Papa.
All right, Louisiana Pacific continues to push higher. It's up $2.77. Its ATR for the day is right around $2.35. So that looks really good. Futures continues to bounce around here. Hasn't made any progress above and below its profile and VPOC, the value point of control, volume point of control.
Shares of Kroger getting a pop here.
Kroger with a pop.
Below Romeo. And above $40 now. $40.04 the high.
All right. All right, spiders are trying to push higher. All right. Netflix up $3.78, trying to push above VWAP. Netflix. There goes Louisiana Pacific, pushing a bit higher now. LPX. All right, everything looks good on Louisiana Pacific. Note it's pulling away from VWAP and it's rising pretty quickly. It's already traded out its ATR for the day, so I'm thinking this is an expansion day. Somebody's buying pretty heavily with Canadian lumber and Weyerhaeuser moving higher. The lumber stocks doing well. You got Boise Cascade, BCC, right? Boise Cascade, another one. Driving higher, Boise Cascade. All right. IWM, trying to get something going on IWM. SPY, no follow through. VIX is just flat, just sitting here. SPY's pulling back.
That's Bostic, speaking to Financial Times, says U.S. jobs slowdown should not derail taper timeline. Bostic said labor market have made sufficient gains to allow central bank to reduce or taper its $120 billion a month asset purchase program. Bostic says he would be comfortable
Elvis sitting at VWAP. VWAP.
of asset purchase program in November. Says progress has been made to
Louisiana Pacific at the highs.
purchases. That's from Atlanta Fed chief Bostic speaking to the Financial Times.
Tesla's up $15.50. Looking for it to break above 810. That was the level we were looking at for Tesla for the breakout of that consolidation that we've been watching. Tesla breaking higher. Tesla breaking higher. All right, so we had these two periods of consolidation, and then we eventually had an expansion day breakout right here, and then followed through again, went sideways. Now is today an expansion day? I'm looking for a move through 810. We tagged 810 and pulled back this morning.
Communications on personal devices. That from Reuters.
Tesla is noted as selling 56,000 China-made vehicles in September, the highest since it started production in Shanghai about 2 years ago. Data from the China Passenger Car Association shows Tesla, which is making its Model 3 sedans and Model Y sport utility vehicles in Shanghai, sold 44,264 China-made vehicles in August, including 31,379 that were exported, selling 50K plus in the month for the key China region speaks to a huge trajectory that highlights the bullish China thesis for Tesla going into the next few years. All right, so SPY's starting to cruise higher now. Tesla. Nice little bounce there. VIX is still hanging tough, so probably going to add to some Tesla shares at some point in the short term. Maybe not today, but if we see an expansion day and it looks like we're going to close up there at the highs of the day today, I might add some towards the close. All right, SPY, still no follow through. If I remember correctly, last Wednesday we had a similar occasion where we didn't go anywhere on Tuesday into Wednesday expiration. And options saw a lot of theta fade out of those options, both puts and calls. QuantumScape is up $1. QuantumScape plus $1.20 or 5%. Facebook, you're looking for a bounce. Just know that you're going to have resistance overhead. Facebook's in a descending pattern. Yep, good. Good. Mondo, you see, he just concurred that he's just looking at this as a scalp today. So that's good. I'm glad to hear that because it's in a descending pattern. Facebook, very obvious descending pattern versus what we just saw in Tesla. Tesla, ascending pattern up and to the right. So you want to be long in these kind of patterns and in these trend breaks like we saw with Lockheed Martin, which Lockheed Martin did the same thing back in the beginning of the year in March. This broke higher, same thing. Price action moved higher, 921 day crossed up, started cruising higher into mid-year. Drop back down, we got a higher low. Now we're crossing over doing the same thing. So we're in the beginning stages of seeing a follow through on Lockheed. Okay. So you're in the early stages, early innings. This should continue higher. Lockheed Martin, LMT.
OCGN, Ocugen, the weekly $9 call sweep now on Oscar Charlie Golf November. OCGN.
I'm keeping the number of new positions few and less aggressive on my part until the moving averages, until price action gets above that 50-day moving average, which has been creating a lot of agita for traders. Okay, RSI is oversold on SPY 5 minutes, so we're looking for a bounce here. This is a daily on Lockheed Martin. LMT looks really good. LMT's going. Very nice. Lockheed Martin, you can see the 400 level again. It's all about the VIX today, so I know you guys aren't, and ladies are not surprised. Las Vegas Sands is sitting right on the VWAP, looking for a follow through and a push through the key moving averages that we got rejected at this morning. Wynn also looks very strong. Wynn Resorts also looks good.
COIN report Coinbase investigating delays with transfers. Coinbase, that's Charlie Oscar, India, November COIN.
Wynn Resorts looking for the follow through. You got the 50-day right there overhead. Same thing with Las Vegas Sands, Elvis. You got the 50-day in play. We close above the 50-day, we could see more follow through. Expansion day.
ASTR, Astrospace, shares popping to the highs, $8.12. The November $10 call active on Alpha Sandy Tango Romeo.
Futures still just chopping around above and below VPOC and the profile. There's very few blocks today. We've got 8 total. 435.67. That kind of is reminiscent of yesterday's blocks that traded just above price action and then we closed lower. So we need to move above those levels. A higher risk day, there's more choppiness, so you could be buying the high of the day and they drop back down into the pattern. So it all depends on VIX right now. And SPY, we're just chopping around. What's IWM look like? IWM trying to get back to the highs here. IWM 50-day below now, trying to push back up. The diamonds also looked good yesterday. The diamonds, we were above the 50-day and got rejected. NYSE did the same thing. Tesla's up 1378. All right, so a little doji, not an expansion day like this one right here. That big bullish candle in the middle of the Tesla chart. We had consolidation. That's what I'm looking for, consolidation and the big day where it breaks higher. Now, Tesla's got some good news. I posted in the trading room. So that's something to keep in mind. Vehicle sales, just phenomenal, you know. So that's great to see. I'm an Elon fanboy. Happy to see him succeeding where everybody else gave him a hard time. All right, sales and earnings, that's what makes a company go. Go, go, go. All right, so it was just 2017, 2018 when we transitioned from a loss in Tesla. Few people, I don't know, a lot of people forget that fact, I guess. We flipped from a loss to a gain, and now shares are projected at $7.32 for 2022. This year, 2021, 135% increase for 2021. All right, so that looks good. All right, SPY is trying to do something. There goes Lockheed Martin. Highs of the day. Thank you.
Ticking a bit higher on again the October $19 call sweep. That's Michael Alpha Tango, MAT.
Come on, SPY. All right, VIX is starting to rear its head again. I would be eliminating some of your exposure until we get above the 50-day. You're going to be meeting this headlong descending pattern in the indices. We got to get back above the 50-day. That's when we can get a little bit more aggressive. So many of you are probably working on scalps from what I could tell in the trading room. So that's what my message to you is that scalps only. Short-term swings on some positions. If you're buying on a trend change like Lockheed Martin or Louisiana Pacific, you've got trends also changing in travel and leisure stocks. Buying the dips are okay, not the highs. Buy those pullbacks to the 921 day after confirmation. All of those things working, but I'm doing it on less exposure because you never know. I mean, they might want that 10% pullback. So far, we've had a 6% pullback in the indices, so I don't trust what they're up to. October is not one of the friendliest months of the year either for seasonality. We've had a couple of decent corrections. 2018, the most recent, in October, when the Fed was too overzealous with raising rates. I believe it was 4 times total, but by October, I think they had only done 2, maybe 3. It was in November. They were talking about a 4th, I think. I believe that's what it was. Anyway, it was too many rate hikes. And the markets didn't like that. We pulled back 20%. So with that in mind, with my long-term portfolio, I really haven't made much change to it in the last few weeks. I haven't done much to it. I'm still about 46% equities, domestic and international exposure. I'm still about 44% bonds, and the rest is in cash and alternative investments like income producing REITs and real estate. So right now I haven't done much. We just got to get out of this malaise that we've been in. This is the longest duration pullback we've seen this year, obviously. Previous pullbacks to the 50-day were met with buyers very quickly. They sold volatility. We saw quick collapses in the VIX. That's not the case right now. So you need to acknowledge that the markets are different. Most of you in the trading room, I can see, are on the same page. So kudos to you for paying attention to what's going on around you. Not necessarily what I'm saying, but paying attention to the markets. Noticing the character is different. When the character is different, you trade different. So that's good. All right, SPY's just flat, flat, flat. Meanwhile, Lockheed Martin's making a new high today, LMT. LMT. Fang stocks are not giving us much to go on. IWM trying to get that to follow through. That would be nice. What's Google doing? Nope. Amazon? Nope. Okay, so stick to the relative strength in the sectors that are outperforming. Stick with relative strength that we're seeing in sectors that are outperforming. We have about 70%, 75%, 80% of sectors are green, with real estate, transports, consumer discretionary, biotechs, small caps, oil and gas, energy, consumer staples, XLP, builders, XHB, showing strength along with materials. Junk bonds did bounce. Junk bonds are up 19.19%. Junk bonds. You know that junk bonds need to move higher, not lower, as a risk on signal. We want this to be above the 50-day. All right, so junk bonds. If we produce a higher low and start moving higher, that would be a tailwind. But still something that we want to keep an eye on. Because if this rolls over more and just drops off, that's an early signal that we saw last week. All right, VIX is dropping off now. VIX dropping off.
For Q3, announcing 66, 737s, 2 747s, 11 767s, and 6 7. Six 737s, 2 747s, 11 767s, 6 777s, and 0 787s during Q3 for Boeing, B8, Bravo Alpha.
We got earnings on Tesla. Just keep in mind, earnings are in 8 days. So those earnings have got to be, they got to be huge. You know, you've got deliveries here in the US, you got deliveries in China. I mean, that's what everybody was waiting for, right? 2017, the company lost $1.73 per share. 2018, we jumped to only a 27 cents per share loss. And then in 2019, the company finally flipped to a positive in earnings. 2020, there was a huge jump in 2020 from the previous year, 3 cents per share in 2019 to $2.24, a $2.21 improvement over 2019. Now in 2020, Tesla is doubled their returns. From $2.24 to 2021, we're expected to make $5.26, from 224 to 526. And only 3 years prior to that, we were making 3 cents per share. And the year prior to that, 27-cent loss to a $5.26 gain. That's like huge. That's great. Very happy for Elon and Tesla. Yes, I'm a fanboy, so hopefully it doesn't make you lose your breakfast. I mean that sarcastically, of course. Louisiana Pacific just off the highs of the day right here. Over the last 20 minutes, been consolidating at the highs of the day. Lockheed Martin, Elvis below VWAP, looking for a follow through. So this time of day between 11 and say 2, you know, we look for stocks to pull back a little bit. Stocks that are in otherwise bullish setups like Lockheed Martin. I don't want to chase it up here at the highs. If I can get a better entry on Lockheed, you know, intraday, that would be my preference. Okay, so if you look at the 5-minute, here's a 5-minute LMT on the right LMT. Here's the 5-minute chart. Okay, you can see we're pushing higher. Little wicks up here, so we're probably going to pull back a little bit into price action, but looking for a follow through. By the end of the day, maybe a close at the highs. We got this resistance level over here. And SPY is just for the previous hour and a half. It's just done nothing. Absolutely nothing, just moving sideways. No doubt traders, not in our trading room, but traders are making bad decisions. Whenever you get a flat VWAP, you know what to look for. All right, here's SPY. So SPY, you can see flat VWAP. So whenever you get a flat VWAP condition, you don't want to anticipate a huge move. Maybe just a 50-cent move to the top of the range or a dollar move. That's about as much as I would see, maybe 436, the top of the range. It's right in the middle. VWAP is flat. Yes, we could test the lows again. Doesn't look like it right now, but so you got a flat VWAP. If you're trading the indices, you don't have much momentum. Whereas look at Lockheed Martin. This has been on a tear. With options traders, you don't want to chase this. You want to wait and get the best entry. If you bought yesterday, you got a nice follow through, so you're probably fine. All right, let's look at other stocks that are showing relative strength. Relative strength, we got NTRB, a $9 stock. The highs were $11.72. It's trading 68 times regular volume. R-ball of 68. All right, so that's NTRB. NTRB. All right, so NTRB, huge volume. It's an IPO, NTRB. Big gap up. I like it better near 7, 8. I don't want to chase it up there. Could follow through. Ocugen, OCGN. If you've been listening in the background, you've heard Benzinga talking this one up. Benzinga talking this one up. OCGN over the last few days. It's probably going to break out. Watching the volume.
Takeover speculation from Betaville. That's Alpha Uniform Papa Hotel.
Okay. So OCGN, that's trading above average volume of 9 times.
Iridium shares 2168 again.
Progenity is a $2.60 stock. Some of you have been trading this one, PROG. That's following through. Big volume.
That's Alpha Uniform Papa Hotel.
PROG. All right, there goes SPY. SPY's on the move. Okay, PROG is on the move as well. Looks like a trend break, PROG. Could reverse on you.
ETO and Peloton.
AUPH, AUPH.
That Peloton said
Arena Pharmaceuticals, nice follow through. I like it. AUPH.
and UK yoga classes documents
I like it.
2018 being reported. That's Papa Tango Oscar November.
AUPH looks good.
ETOM.
All right, Tesla's up 1566, trying to push back up to the highs of the day, no doubt. It's been in a range since the open. We popped up to the highs. We hit R2. We tagged $8.10, which is the target I've been looking at since last week on any expansion breakout. All right, Tesla. Beat this idea to death, but you know what I'm looking at. This sideways range, just like previous sideways ranges. This one we dipped down to 21-day first, but you get this big bullish follow-through day. That's what I'm looking at. Looking for that follow-through. Most recent price action. Over here, we had a consolidation. We dipped back to the 50-day first and then started to see these bullish candles breaking back up to the highs. The biggest thing for Tesla is those delivery numbers are just ridiculously huge. 56,000 in China. We've got Shanghai sold 44,264 China-made vehicles, 31,379 that were exported, selling 50K plus in the month. Wow, that's great. That's great for Elon.
JW View, shares popping here about 5,000 of the December 7.5 calls trading. Victor India Echo Whiskey, VIDW.
Yeah, gamma channel. We were talking about that. High volatility day. All right, looking for Tesla to break out. It keeps. It's just printed a third higher low since the opening bell, and it's got this flat top. It looks like an ascending triangle on the 5 minute. Tesla ascending triangle on the 5 minute. Looking for the breakout.
JW1 Nordstrom says it would will hire more than 28,000 employees across supply chain, stores, and care teams for the holidays. That's Juliet Whiskey November, JWN.
All right, so SPY's trying to get back to the top of the range. I told you earlier that the most I'm expecting is a move back up to the top of the range, 436 pre-market. That's the top flat VWAP. Now, if over the next few hours during the lunch period, we start to see the VWAP starting to tilt upward, more positive, as a result of price action, of course, I would expect that maybe the range can expand a bit. It's all about VIX. Volatility is expected to be pretty high this week with gamma what it is. We have a very negative gamma position that we're trading inside of as we trade below 4,400. All right, I'm going to see if their charts are still messed up over at stock charts. Let me see if this is okay. All right, I want to check out the S&P 500. Got quite a few charts in here. This is just one chart list. All right, there we go. Let's see what this looks like. Okay, we got major support, 43.42, that's off the screen, and then 43.02 below that. 4,400 is major resistance. All right, so we're bouncing. VWAP is fairly flat. RSI, all right, we made new lows. Notice RSI was making higher highs as we were trading down near the lows this morning. So that's a bullish divergence in RSI. Whenever we see these oversold conditions, we look for it, not necessarily immediately, but we start to look for bounces. You can see that this indication over here didn't bounce until, what was it, Thursday into Friday. And we made that lower high. There's still a lower high situation here. We're still in a descending channel on the daily. So the risk is if you trade too aggressive over the next few days until we can get above that trend line and ultimately above the 50-day, I would be kidding myself to think that, trading aggressively long was a winning strategy at this point. I think personally you need to be patient sometimes in the markets, and this is one of those times. Each one of these pullbacks, the most current or the most recent was March, where we had this really prolonged downtrend. But this is compared to March, this is about 2 weeks longer. So no doubt people are making mistakes by thinking the way they were thinking back here in March, again at the end of March, at the end of in May, again in June and July and August, that these pullbacks would be very quick. And maybe they're not paying attention. Maybe they're not acknowledging that things have changed. So they're buying the dip in sectors that might not be working, like growth stocks. Just be very careful. Scalp, it's fine. But swings, until we get back above the 50-day, maybe this is building a cup. Maybe this is building a cup. So we have, since the beginning of the year, this nice bullish trend. We've pulled back, I think it was 236. Let me go out a little bit further. Let's go to beginning of the year. Beginning of the year, January right there. The weighted VWAP, or the anchored VWAP, I should say, for January. Anchored VWAP for January. Did I keep it? That's July. All right, I didn't keep the January one, but we're still above in the shorter time frames. The July. All right, so I'll get back to that in a minute. Okay, let me look at anchored VWAP for January.
Amazon AMZN says user reports indicate Amazon Web Services is having problems, according to users. Seeing tweets now that the AWS console is down.
All right. All right, so VWAP for January. Let me go to January. Let me just update this. Waiting for the markets, pulling back a little bit. First trading day of the year was Monday the 4th. Monday the 4th. Monday the 4th. All right, so the anchor VWAP for, yes, SPX, SPY. All right, so when you when you look at this anchor VWAP to the beginning of the year, it's going to blow your mind. Well, it blew mine anyway when I looked at it the first time. That would be something if we pulled back to that, though, right? Bitcoin, looking for a better entry. Got the 5 minutes starting to bounce on Bitcoin. Been watching Mara with interest. All right, so anyway, we're talking S&P 500. Let's look at spiders. Let me show you an anchored VWAP to all right, so that's that. All right. So volume weighted average price for the year, you can see we're well above VWAP on that chart. The beginning of the year is when VWAP, that anchor VWAP, we started there. Actually, that's incorrect. That's incorrect. That's incorrect. Let me get rid of that one. I'll come back to that thought in a minute. So we need to get above the 50-day and that trend line, bottom line. VIX needs to continue to move lower. That hasn't happened yet. Tesla's about to break out here. Watch Tesla. Tesla's about to break out. You know, all we would need is a nice bullish expansion day that closes at the highs of the day to change the complexion of what we're looking at. And a close above that dashed red line right there, that would be support. And if we saw it on an expansion day, that would be one of the first confirmation signals we'd be looking for on an expansion day. We need to get RSI as a function of price to get back above 50. That hasn't happened yet, of course. Once that happens, those confirmations would be good going into the year end.
Shares of Biocept spiking to the highs, $4.20 on that news. That's Bravo India Oscar Charlie.
All right. All right, watching SPY. No momentum here. I'm not going to do anything major. Just keep following the stocks that are working, like Tesla, Louisiana Pacific, the IWM, looking for a push higher. Elvis, looking for it to get above VWAP and for Wynn and the other resorts to do well. Tesla, follow through. Lockheed Martin, looking for that to make a higher high now. It's making a higher low above VWAP.
BBIG, Vinco Ventures, told me, tweeting a little while ago, BBIG jumping over $6
All right, so we're slightly positive. We got 50-cent green on the futures, half a handle. We're just flirting around here. VIX is just chopping around. It's a very tough trade today. All right, SGen, CGen. Nice bounce here. I like it, Frank. I like the pullback. It's above the 200-day, above the 9, above the 50 and the 21-day. Looks good. I like it. RSI is turning back up. MACD's turning. You got a good risk reward. If it takes out the 50-day, then the next level is 158.87. I like it.
hosting COVID-19 vaccine booster clinics on Thursdays in October. That's Sandy Papatang in November. SPTN.
Yeah, that's your specialty, Frank. You seem to always be buying those dips, which is good. I like to see those dips getting bought. Look at the volume a few weeks ago as well. So the wife had a death in the family. Her grandmother died, so she's going to be gone. I'm going to have a party at my house with the kids. We'll be hanging out. They'll have their friends over. Just kidding. The wife is listening. Just kidding, honey. So, nice day out. Nice day out. I had solar panels, as you guys know, installed, finished up on Friday. Enphase is one of the stocks I'd be liking to buy. Follow through here on Enphase looks good. Okay, let's see what the 5-minute looks like. Enphase, I'd like to buy some shares. All right, it's flattening out right now, so you probably get a better entry, maybe at 168 or so. See what it did yesterday. It ran up, went sideways, and then drifted lower into the close. I do like Enphase on the daily. I don't want to chase it at the highs, though. The best entry, obviously, was this reversal back above the 21-day, right around this area. 21-day being the center or the value area, from my perspective. I like when we're below, that's a discount. When we're above, that's a premium. So think of it that way. All right, when you're when you're in the lower half of the Bollinger Bands, there's a little bit more risk. But once you move above into the center of the Bollinger Bands and we start to move higher, you're paying a little bit more, but you got a bullish confirmation second day, which is what I look for. I just want to buy the high of the day. So I'll wait. I'm going to put in a limit order maybe down there at around 168 or so. See if I get filled. If not, I'll try to do something tomorrow as well. Enphase makes a lot of solar products, solar energy products. And the earnings are looking good. They went from making like Tesla back in 2017, they were operating at a loss. More and more people are are educating themselves to the power of solar energy and using the sun to store energy and batteries and everything else. Enphase designs, develops, and sells home energy solutions for the solar photovoltaic industry. Lots of nice products. Enphase. In my installation. Okay, watching SPY, just sitting here flat, not doing anything.
SOFI, SoFi Technologies, weekly $18.50 call sweep now. Sandy Oxter, Foxtrot, India, SOFI. RR Donnelly confirms receipt of unsolicited proposal from Chatham Asset Management of $7.50 per share. That's Romeo Romeo Delta.
Yeah, all those Enphase microinverters and interfaces, they're doing quite well. All right, so watching Enphase, IWM pulling back a little bit. SPY is flat, no follow through. All right, so it looks like we're going to have a flat push into lunch with the S&P 500. VWAP is flat. Not the best look to it. Not the best look. It still feels like we could push lower. It's still producing lower highs and lower lows. We're trying to bounce here. It's all about the VIX. VIX is starting to turn up now. Yeah, tomorrow, Frank, yeah, we'd start off with all the big banks. Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Yeah, I am just taking it easy. I think you should take it easy. I can't tell you what to do. If you're scalping, that's great. But the risk is high that we could see another dump, in which case we'd have another opportunity to buy some of our favorite stocks on the dip. That's what I'm looking forward to. I want to see continuation in the strength in Tesla, stocks like that, Lockheed Martin, changing trend. I'll probably be adding to that one, initiating a position and adding to that one over the next few weeks. I really like Lockheed, LMT. Nice, nice look to it. Just like it was, March had the exact same look. We had this markdown period. Hold on a second. One sec. VIX is starting to move higher. All right, watch the VIX here. SPY's probably going to pull back. Just be aware of it. VIX still pushing higher. Yeah. Oxygen, I see that one too there, Freno. Trying to break out. Nvidia's up 30 cents, not doing anything. Facebook looks like it's about to go. Looks like Facebook's about to go there, Mondo. On a scalp basis. All right, so you guys are looking at that from a scalp perspective. Bouncing at the 200-day. Maybe get some buyers to come in. Maybe back up to 330. Facebook, looking for the bounce. Facebook looks like we might see a bounce here, Mondo. And a follow through now. All right, looks like we're going to see a follow through. All right, Facebook looking good. Back above VWAP. Can we get a push back towards this 325 zone? Those calls are $2.18. The 325s for Friday. If we get a follow through. Nice bounce off the lows though. VIX is still trying to push higher.
Says disappointed, not going with the original $3.5 trillion plan.
All right, come on. Facebook looking for a follow through. See if we can't get something going here on Facebook. Facebook. All right, watching Facebook for a follow through off the lows. All right, we tagged the 200 day. VIX, man, VIX is just sitting here, right? Doing nothing. Sure not helping. Futures just sitting here at VPOC, just below VPOC, both the S&P futures and NASDAQ futures. Just no momentum, no blocks. I mean, we've got, what, not even a dozen blocks today. Another day of no volume. NYMO is moving higher, though. We hit plus 31. What was it on, what's today, Tuesday? Looks like, I think on Friday we hit, or Monday we hit 31 and we reversed off of that. I think it was yesterday. All right, Elvis is trying to get back above VWAP. Elvis trying to get back above VWAP. All right, nice little pop-up. On a daily, it looked really good, Elvis, along with Win, W-Y-N-N. This is not correct. This is not today's. I don't know what's going on with stock charts. This will update. Watch this chart. Watch this chart. It's going to update here shortly. SPY's still flat. Future's still flat. No, that is today. Okay. So it's Elvis. Elvis is through the 50 days. So if we can get some kind of momentum here, we could see 45 pretty quick on Elvis, this volume by price band. And then we get this Kirby overhead up to about 52. That's a 200-day moving average. So that's what we're looking forward to. VIX is starting to spike up now. VIX spiking up. Let's see, MGM. MGM breaking out. We've got Caesars. All right, that's above the 921 and 50 days. So the main casinos are looking pretty good. Looking for Wynn Resorts and Las Vegas Sands, which have exposure in China. To continue, you can see the volume coming in. Looks like it's over the last 3 days, we've got 3 white soldiers pushing above the 921.50 day. Those are crossing over. Should see a follow through. All right, VIX is starting to come in. Thank you, VIX. Thank you, Mr. VIX, Mrs. VIX, whatever you're. Okay, Tesla, flat. All right, stocks are just sitting here chopping around, folks. No momentum, flat VWAP on in most occasions. Let's see what a firm looks like. AFRM. Some of you trading AFRM. That's a doji right now. Digital Turbine. Mobile apps continuation this week. All right, we felt that if we got through this 76.60, Last week we were looking at 76.60. We got through it in good measure, and then we went sideways into Monday, following through on Tuesday. We're trading above this pivot now, so that's a sign of institutions buying. You can see the institutions' footprints. MACD's above a signal line. This looks really good on any dip now. So the dip was last week. The dip was last week on Monday, Tuesday, right in this area here, back above the 9 and 21 day. You look for that follow-through day. Now we're continuing higher. All right, RSI is a bit oversold, overbought. So I'm looking for the next dip now to add to a position or start a position. It's got a cup sort of look to it with a handle, maybe. Digital Turbine, in the business of providing apps for mobile devices, for content delivery, and for payment processing and all that stuff. They have really good sales and earnings. Looked at them yesterday. Digital Turbine. Yesterday we looked at them. They've got 118% increase projected into 2022. Think about it, mobile apps, right? You don't want to do a lot of interface. You don't want to be grabbing dollars and, infested with virus and everything else. I'm being sarcastic, but the whole mentality behind why a company like Digital Turbine would be doing well. Sales are projected to increase 118% into 2022 from $74 per share 2021 to 2022 $1.61. So $1.61. So that's more than double 2021, and they doubled, almost tripled. Well, they did triple their earnings for 2020 into 2021 from 20 cents to 74 cents. And for 2022, we're looking at 2023. We're looking at $2.30, a 43% increase. So 2020 we had 20 cents per share. Now we've got a $2.10 increase to $2.30 for 2023. That's a very good pattern for a growing company. Now with IBD 50 stocks, with IBD stocks, you look for those growths. You got relative strength line at 92 and climbing, breaking a downtrend. If you go out a few more months, you're breaking a downtrend. Sales are increasing. All right, so you're breaking this downtrend. You could see 100 on this one, 102. Look at the volume. That's institutions. Their footprints are all over this for the last 6 weeks, Digital Turbine. If you don't have a position and you're thinking about a position, what you're looking for right now, we've got to move back above VWAP in play right now. So maybe this keeps going. Digital Turbine. All right. So Digital Turbine looks really good. Really, really good. Facebook, the 5-minute chart, we're looking for it to push away from VWAP. Facebook. RSI still rising. Facebook. All right, so we're starting to push now. Flags and breakout, flags and breakout. Nice pattern. Momentum is with the bulls. Volume starting to taper off a little bit. We want to see these volume bars increase with the push higher in Facebook. All right, if VIX can manage to fall off, it's been in the sideways range, so it's very frustrating. We're right in the middle of the range for now for VIX. If we can drop off here, okay, so we've just been chopping around, highs to lows, back to the middle of the range more or less. So we need to see this drop off. If that does happen, we could buy some SPY calls, not until. Yesterday we got faked out. We thought we were going to see an opportunity to buy calls yesterday. That didn't happen. the opposite happened. We got VIX spike around 11:30, 12, and just continue to move higher. As a consequence, SPY pulled back below VWAP. So this is looking good. And then we're looking for the bounce. Didn't happen. VIX took off to the upside, and we closed at the lows of the session right there, right near 434.70. Blocks today 434.74. Those hit the tape early this morning. 434.57, 74, 60. You've got a total of about 2 million shares in blocks have traded today. That's minuscule. That's nothing. That's showing no conviction, no interest. So the buying that's pushing the markets around right now are probably just amateur traders, maybe some people scalping. Institutions don't seem to be interested right now. So just know you have a more risky market that you're dealing with. We've got 7 minutes to go for lunchtime. We'll listen to CNBC. Got earnings upon us.
FLMN, Zacks with a new buy for under $10.
Louisiana Pacific stretching the envelope. We got a TTM squeeze right now. Louisiana Pacific at the highs of the day. We got Bollinger Band squeezing. We came back to VWAP. This is the better area to enter. These pullbacks to VWAP. With VWAP rising, you look for volume, relative volume. Look at the relative volume compared to yesterday. You can see that this is in play. Even though you had a good move today, these pullbacks giving scalp entries, if you're so inclined, we're taking out 66.05. That's a big move. It's similar to what we're seeing with Digital Turbine. Okay, this pivot right here, we took that out. We're taking this pivot out. So it looks like this is institutions buying, obviously. And most likely we'll see a follow through in a lot of these names. So looking for Digital Turbine to continue higher. Mobile apps makes a lot of sense. We're flat at VWAP right now. SPY is starting to push higher. Watching Louisiana Pacific at the highs of the day. Very nice. LPX. All right, when is earnings? Louisiana Pacific is 11.3.
Full sweep, Papa Echo November, PENN. Republican Ohio lawmaker announces marijuana legalization bill, reflecting recent bipartisan shift on issue. As a society, we've reached a point where it's not the taboo thing it used to be.
Cannabis isn't taboo.
Shares of Tilray ticking higher now, $10.51.
Don't chase cannabis stocks. I would say that the better trade, the better, if you wait, you're probably going to do a lot better. You want to make sure that the trend is confirmed. You know, unless you're scalping for 50 cents to a dollar, but right now you're already up. It's in a downtrend. While it's pushing higher, the most you probably see is 1056. This has a notorious reputation for fading and trapping bulls. Long as you're in this downtrend, this is not interesting at all to me. I'd be interested if, let me show you a better chart. I'd be interested once you see the downtrend over here on the left in 2020 that moved above the 921 day, then you buy the dips looking for these rips, okay? Over here, we're still in the markdown period. I know I talk about Tilray a lot, cannabis stocks. These are not bullish yet. Once they cross over and the moving averages are rising up to the right, yeah, then go for it, you know, but not now. You can wait. If the idea is to swing Tilray for weeks and months, wait till the moving averages turn higher. Louisiana Pacific is trading at the highs of the day. Louisiana Pacific trading at the highs of the day. What a wonderful day. Look at how it's pulling away from VWAP. This is a beautiful, beautiful chart. All right, so we got CNBC coming on strong here. Okay.
Coming back into Amazon headquarters after a chat outside, he was noting, sort of how certain businesses hadn't opened up yet, and Seattle in general was trying to figure out what foot to lead with, given what was happening with Delta. And then we had Satya Nadella on.
All right, so the futures are looking a lot better.
Pushing further out what they were going to do at Microsoft. So I think there's still just a lot of questions, not only about what workers want, but what's practical at this stage, Carl.
Yeah, for sure. And what technology's allowed them to do. By the way, I'm told that Andy Jassy's 100th day in the chair is tomorrow. We're going to talk about that on Tech Check as we brace for CPI, retail sales still to come, and, of course, JP Morgan earnings in the morning. Let's get to the judge in the half.
All right, Carl, thanks so much. Welcome to the Halftime Report. I'm Scott Wapner, front and center this hour. Why one of Wall Street's most trusted strategists says stocks are sitting on a knife's edge. What he says is the most important level you need to be watching right now. We're debating your money's next move with our investment committee today. Joining me for the hour, Stephanie Ling, Degas Wright, Josh Brown, Pete Najarian, co-founder of MarketRebellion.com. I'll take you to the wall for our first look at stocks. They're seesawing once again today. Right now we're green.
Seesaw.
Dow's up 65. S&P's good for a fifth of a percent, 9 points. NASDAQ's good for a quarter of a percent. That's 35. There's the Russell in the green as well today. All right, Josh, I'll begin with you. That strategist I mentioned, the most trusted, Tom Lee, says markets are going to keep, in his words, ping-ponging for a while. And he points out the 100-day moving average as the key level. What's so critical about that is we're right there. We're just above it now. In fact, right before I came on the air, we were right there. The S&P closed at 4361 yesterday. The 100-day moving average is 4360.54.
High tech.
We were
High tech.
fractionally higher than that. Do you feel like we are in a tenuous spot, Josh, or we're making too much of all of the risks?
So on a short-term basis, I do think we're in a tenuous spot, and I'm watching that 100-day moving average as well as the 50, the 200. But the funny thing about these imaginary lines that we draw is that when sentiment turns, they disappear in a second. Like they're not really there when you need support, the only way to know if they will be is afterward. And then you could point back and sound very intelligent, as I often try to, and say, you see, the 100-day held, right? I think it's important to be aware of where those points are, because a lot of money focuses on them, but just don't rely on them to bail you out.
Yeah, see, that's
What's going
exactly
on?
what I
Here's
would
what I'm
say.
seeing. There's a lot of chop out there, Judge. There really aren't a lot of great trends
A
to
lot of
latch
people
on
can
to.
point to
I'll give
moving
you a
averages and
couple.
say, see, I told
Home
you so.
Depot and Lowe's both look
You know, don't
flawless.
rely on it
If you
so much. You want
remember,
to
we
watch
had
price
that
action
massive run in
mostly.
the spring. They
Keep an eye on
pulled
those
back.
levels. There goes
Now they're
Louisiana
back to hit
Pacific, just
all-time
keeps going.
highs. Meanwhile, the stock market peaked back in September. So you have like these little micro trends. Target and Walmart acting better. Financials and energy are the two strongest areas of the market. Add them together, they just ain't that big. And then you've got a couple of interesting breakouts like MGM Resorts, which looks ridiculous today, right? But outside of that, there just aren't that many trends. The FANG stocks are all over the place. Facebook's in a 17% drawdown. Not a lot of traction there. I guess you could be somewhat bullish about Tesla, Ford, GM, although none of them are making new highs. And healthcare is under pressure. So big picture, next week is the beginning of earnings season. Fortunately, it'll be kicked off by the banks, which should be good. But overall, we just had the second highest quarter of negative pre-announcement stories on the Bloomberg terminal, according to the quants at Bank of America. There are a lot of companies complaining about labor, complaining about supply chain. That's not going to go away. So I think it's a little bit tenuous. It's going to be a tough earnings season. We'll be 24% higher year over year, according to consensus, which sounds amazing, but last quarter was 88% higher over its corresponding quarter from 2020. So it's just not going to be as good, and we're going to have to see how people handle that.
Which is why, I guess, Steph, we can't get a trend going, as Josh was just talking about. We're like worried about everything. Stagflation, supply chains, the taper. I mean, you name it, one day there's seemingly a new worry, and just as you think we're going to have a breakout, it looks like the next moment we're going to have a breakdown. Jamie Dimon, okay, JP Morgan's chief, supply chain hiccups are going to soon ease. I should never do this, he said, but I'll make a forecast. This will not be an issue next year at all. This is the worst part of it. I think great market systems will adjust for it like companies have. Jim Cramer says stagflation worries are overblown as well. So I ask you, are we making too much of all of these risks? Is it all overblown?
Yeah, we always worry about something or a lot of things, and this is par for the course. I absolutely do not believe that we're seeing stagflation. Not when you look at the consumer and how well off they're doing, and we'll get retail sales on Friday. I think they're going to be better than expected. Not when you look at manufacturing and an absolute V-shaped recovery with inventories at 5-year lows. But the third quarter is going to be a little unusual, Scott, because of these supply chain issues and labor shortages. So you're going to see a little bit slower growth than we initially expected. I do think you're going to see a snapback in the fourth quarter and then into 2022 because the demand is there. So I step back and I'm listening to what companies are saying because that's what I do. I'm a fundamentalist, right? And I'm a long-term fundamentalist. Pepsi had 9% organic growth. Costco, 2-year comp basis, had 28.4% same-store sales. Fastenal today, an indicator of industrial demand and construction, they had double-digit revenues and earnings. And FedEx, even FedEx, as horrible as that quarter was and guidance, they saw 14% growth in revenues. So my point is, the demand is there, consumer is fine, manufacturing is better than fine. It's all about cost controls and pricing power. And that's what makes this kind of an interesting market. There are haves and have-nots. I go back to FedEx, that's a have-not. I go to Levi's, that's a have. They were able to be ahead of the curve on pricing, on product, on sourcing, and it didn't get jammed up as a result. So in the end, it's stock picker's market. It does not change my view of cyclicals over defensives. I still own some quality technology companies, but I have been reducing my exposure in those names. I'm now underweight big time in the FANG complex versus some of the other parts of technology.
I'm looking at the major averages, and I'm noticing the same thing that probably all of you are noticing if you're looking at your screens. A pretty nice move in the last, 6 minutes and 30 seconds since we've been on the air. Dow's at 100 points. S&P's improving a little bit. I don't know what's going on with that. If we see a headline, I'll be certain to let you
It's
know.
VIX. Wapner, I
Just the way
thought you
trading
knew
is at
everything.
the moment.
It's VIX,
Vegas. UBS says equity rally has further to run despite
among other
stagflation.
things.
Here's our base case is that the global economy can withstand higher energy prices, and investors should continue to seek winners from global growth. So it's really the same question I ask Steph as others on Wall Street continue to weigh in and says there's just too much worry about something that's just not going to come to fruition.
Yes, Scott, I have a dinner investment club, and we meet monthly. That includes business owners, wealth advisor, economists, and senior executive. And what we talked about is this really stagflation something that we need to be concerned about? And so if you look at stagflation, what is going on here is that do we have really rising costs and a demand imbalance that's really impacting spending capacity? And is that going to impact the economic growth? What we're seeing is that spending capacity is not being impacted. Let's look at the savings rate. It's up to 11%. It's at a very high level. If we look at the fiscal stimulus with the infrastructure that's coming out. And then lastly, there's an additional investment to try to break up this bottleneck that's occurring in our harbors. So we really don't see the spending capacity aspect of stagnation occurring. So I agree with we're probably doing a little bit too much on the negative side on sentiment as it relates to stagflation because we see spending capacity continue in this market.
I mean, it's not
True,
just
we will
that.
have some pricing.
I'm sorry, finish your thought. I thought you were done, Dig. It's my bad.
No. I was going to say that we will get some inflation. It's going to be a little bit higher than the Fed targets, and we're looking at about 3.6% this year, maybe 2.3. But it's not going to be crippling to our economic growth.
Pete, we too worried or what? I mean, Marko Kolanovic, who I cite anytime he puts out a note because I know how closely followed he is, he says, stay overweight cyclical assets. COVID's receding. That's the number one story above everything else. Stay overweight cyclicals. They remain or maintain a pro-risk allocation with a strong cyclical tilt again this month, he says. And he's the one who says the 10-year can go to 2.5. Oil can go to, 130, I think was the number he threw out, and it's fine. That the economy can absorb both. So what's the story here, Pete? Do you agree with your fellow committee members, or do you have a different take?
No, I'll tell you what. I don't know that I would agree with the idea of where those interest rates would be at 2.5%, and then oil at 130, that everything would be fine. I think actually we would be a lot more concerned about a lot of different things. Obviously, Steph was talking about wage inflation. We all know about the supply chain. Those are legitimate worries to have, but I don't think they need to dominate what we are looking at.
Facebook, we got another $3 to go green. This continues to trend higher. Facebook off the lows. Mondo had mentioned it earlier. Facebook, nice follow through.
Industrials as well. You look at some of the material space. Yes, there is some inflation going on. Absolutely, there's no doubt about that. But I think it's something that people are digesting. And Jamie Dimon's right. By the time we get to the end of the year, we start getting into next year, I think people will feel a lot more comfortable about a lot of the things that are probably at the highest end of the list in terms of things to be worried about. So I think given that, I feel very comfortable about these markets right now. I think the markets have a decent shot at continuing this move to the upside, especially into this final 3 months, but it's going to obviously be hinging upon exactly where we are right now, which is earnings season. People are going to be focusing extremely close on this. Who and how have people been able to find their way through very, very difficult times? And I can tell you that as I go around, I do see a lot of stores that don't have everything on the shelves. I do see a lot of the different issues that we talk about each and every day in terms of supply chain and not getting things that we need to have, whether it's in Target or Walmart or any of the big box stores, Home Depot, whatever. And by the way, Home Depot, that stock, last week when I was on with you guys on Friday, I think somebody had just pulled down the price target, Scott.
I think it got downgraded.
Right.
I think the same day Depot and Lowe's were a pair downgrade.
Yep. You're exactly right. And I disagreed with that then, and I continue to disagree. I look at where for instance, Home Depot is trading right now. It's trading at a very, and I said this on Friday, The PE of it at 22, that's reasonable. That is not stretched. That's not crazy. That's not anything out of the ordinary. And when you look at what they've been able to do and continue to hold up at least reasonably well with supply chain, as long as they can hold on to that the way that they have and navigate that the way they have and Lowe's has, I think those are stocks that actually have plenty of room to the upside. I totally disagree with last Friday. I think these are names that have plenty of room.
I mean, Steph, you're out there buying stocks. It just feels like the narrative got so negative so fast that everybody just decided, okay, here comes that correction. Even though Delta cases were rolling over hard, you can legitimately see the other side. You've had more and more good vaccine news or antiviral news. I guess it's earnings and inflation and worries about margins. But when I look at what you're buying, you don't seem to be too worried. You bought Hilton Worldwide and Hewlett Packard Enterprises. Can you tell us about both? These are new buys.
Yeah, they're new buys. Hilton is reopened, obviously. And you know I own Expedia. You know I have owned Marriott. It really hasn't pulled back. I was waiting for a pullback, but I believe very strongly in the reopen that we're going to get through this Delta and COVID. We're going to get through the supply chains eventually, and that there's enormous pent-up demand in consumer services. They've got $2 trillion in excess savings, a 9.4% savings rate versus historical average of 5%. They want to spend, and I think they're going to go out and spend. And Hilton is such a well-run company. They'll benefit from the consumer. They'll benefit from RevPAR improvements. They've done a great job on margins. They have fee growth. They have footprint growth. Leisure is already better now than July of 2019. Now we're waiting for business to recover, and it will. We have to just stay patient. So I wanted more exposure to reopen.
Okay. Interesting place. Rob Sisha, by the way, if you recall, when he was with us on Friday, he mentioned this as well. I also have an interesting note. You know, we got one side, we got cyclicals, we have reopen, and then, of course, we have tech and internet. And Evercore ISI's Mark Mahaney is out with a new note today that I found pretty interesting. I think you guys will, too. He talks about who's most at risk heading into earnings and who are his... Actually, speaking of this, I'm told I have breaking news regarding Apple. Let's go to Josh Lipton, who can fill us in.
Watch Apple. Apple.
So, Scott, we do have some news on Apple, which just now sending out formal invitations here to its next event, Scott. The invitation simply reads, Unleashed. Please join us for a special Apple event broadcasting from Apple Park or watch it online October 18th. 10 a.m. Pacific. Also, Apple's Greg Joswiak, an executive there, tweeting about this, saying, Unleashed, these next 6 days, he says, are going to speed by, of course, on September 14th. That's when Apple held its last big event. We got those new iPhones. We'll see what's coming here next. But again, mark your calendars. The next Apple event, October 18th, 10 a.m. Pacific. Scott, back to you.
You have, I mean, you know this company better than anybody. Do you have any idea what we could be talking about? Here, are we looking at more hardware, some software? What do you think?
Hardware could certainly be a bet. Of course, that's speculation on my part, Scott. But you look at some of their product line, you think about the Mac, certainly a product that saw tremendous tailwinds during the pandemic. So many of us were learning, playing, and working from home. But we'll find out soon enough when Tim Cook, we would expect, takes the stage.
I just bought a new MacBook Pro yesterday. They better not have an upgrade already, Josh Lipton. All right, Josh, thank you. Back to our conversation. As we look at Apple shares trading a touch lower. So, again, most at risk heading into earnings, he says, is Amazon. Now, I don't want you to take that and say, oh, my gosh, you know, Mark Mahaney's negative on Amazon, because that's not the case. Amazon is still his number 2 overall pick for the internet space. However, he says, as it relates to Amazon's earnings, and Steph, I'm going to go to you on this. He says the Street's revenue growth assumptions are, quote, a bit aggressive, and the Street's operating income assumptions are, quote, very aggressive, given margin headwinds, the kind of we were just talking about, wage increases, inventory buildup, elevated marketing costs. You're underweight Amazon. You're one of the few people I know who has come on and said I'm underweight Amazon, and that it's a source of funds for you. So
All right, Facebook's still moving higher. Looks good. Facebook.
Okay. It's most at risk.
All right, VIX, a little bounce there.
Picks, he says.
Right, well, I mean, you can have a long-term view and a short-term view. I mean, the long-term view is very compelling with retail e-commerce growing to $7 trillion total addressable market by 2026, and cloud on fire. only 15% of the workloads are in the cloud, so there's certainly room there, ample room there. And I think their digital advertising business also has a lot of upside potential as well. But the short term, yeah, they got wage pressures, logistic cost issues, they've got very tough comparisons. So I just don't, so I agree with Mark, long term, but short term, I also agree with him, and I just think that I'll get a better opportunity, maybe, to add it back should you see a pullback. I just don't see a catalyst to own this thing, maybe into next year. So I use that as a source of funds because I do like some of the semiconductors. One of my new names that we didn't talk about, Hewlett Packard Enterprises. I used a little bit of cash there to buy more of that, or to buy that, and I've been adding more all week long. And I have been buying back Fortinet, as we talked about last week. So I see more upside elsewhere, and I see maybe kind of ho-hum results in Amazon, and I wouldn't be surprised to go a little bit more underweight the name if I see better opportunities in these other sectors.
Wow, Josh, you want to take that on? Josh? I mean,
What are you doing?
that's about as negative as I've heard on Amazon shares from somebody, certainly on the committee.
Yeah. Amazon's going to 5,000. This is going to be Amazon Christmas. People last year that never would have done online shopping for something like the holidays, like that was 100% of how they shopped. They're not going to go back to the old ways. So I think the adoption curve for e-commerce has sped up. Cloud is on fire. Content is on fire. The grocery store rollout, the touchless retail stores, etc. Like I think that they've made huge investments. They've taken on a lot of new expenses related to COVID, etc. Everybody's aware of the workforce stuff. Okay, that's obviously in the stock. If you're reading about it in the New York Times, you have no edge, like trying to figure out what it means for forward price because everybody gets that. So I think the big picture here is dominant player in a fast-growing area, huge economies of scale. The stock's going up.
Degas?
But if,
I'm sorry, go ahead, Steph. Go ahead, Steph.
That's it.
Well, I was just going to simply say, if everything is so on fire and they're going to blow it away and get to 5,000 by the end of the year, why is the stock flat year to date?
I just explained it.
Well,
They've been
you know,
making huge
Steph,
investments in
hold
the
on, Josh, go
workforce, in the infrastructure.
Go ahead. I'm sorry. Continue. I'll get you in a second, Degas. Go ahead, Josh.
They've made huge investments. They told us they would. Bezos stepped down. They've had a leadership transition. The FANGs haven't necessarily been in favor this entire time. There's a lot that goes into that stew, but I think if you look at this consolidation period as your opportunity, stock has basically been catching its breath since last summer. So you're not really paying up for it. Earnings have grown, but the share price hasn't. Multiples contracted, and the next time it breaks out of that consolidation period, there won't have been a catalyst. There won't be a reason. We'll just look back and be like, oh yeah, that's why it broke out. It'll be too late. So I think you want to own dominant names like this when they haven't performed for a long time. I'm not sure why I'd want to pay higher for it.
I don't disagree. I just think that cybersecurity, there's some software names that have done really, really well, far better than any of the FANGs, quite frankly. So it's your opportunity cost. It's your opportunity cost in terms. Yeah. So this is a longer term hold, which is what I mentioned. But short term, I don't see the catalyst because I don't see these pressures short term going away.
Okay.
In the near term.
All right, Degas, settle it.
Maybe that's the catalyst, that the market doesn't see these pressures going away. And then when they do, the stock probably moves in advance of that.
All right, Degas?
Yeah, so what we're seeing is that this is where there's significant analyst disagreement on earnings expectation because they don't understand all the parts as Josh just laid out. So what we're looking at is that where's the valuation on a relative basis, but also the profitability and the expectations of earnings forecast. This is where you can actually look at Amazon, do the valuation, do the work on it, and see all the parts that make up the whole. So that's why I'm agreeing with Josh on this. Amazon has a lot of upside to it.
All right. Pete, last word to you. You have calls in Amazon.
Yeah, I do. And I'm not in this name very often, but I got to tell you something. And Josh brought it up, and I think it's exactly right. When you look at this company, Amazon, years and years and years, we looked at this company. We looked at the PE and said, oh, my gosh, is it ever stretched? Now the forward PE, somewhere in the mid-40s. So it hasn't done a whole lot. But I agree. I think this is a coil spring ready to take off. I'm not sure about the 5,000 level. I think that's pretty aggressive. But I could easily see this stock actually hitting some of the numbers and exploding through some of the numbers over the next couple of quarters and be a stock that's trading significantly higher than it is right now because it hasn't performed. So I do see all of that in front of us, and I think it's going to be really interesting to see it all play out. Remember, this is really a cloud company, right? I mean, that is their major dominance. Obviously, e-commerce is great and all the rest of it, but the cloud portion of that, and that's what I always like to go back and compare to a Microsoft, to some of the other names out there. This is a name that finally is comparable when you're looking at PEs, especially given the growth that they've got and the dominance that they've got.
All right, least at risk.
Hey, thanks to Pete for bringing that up. I want to add one thing to that really quickly, some numbers to that, because I think that's a really good point. The stock on a forward 1 year basis, assuming no upgrades in earnings at all, is about 48 times. I would point out the 5-year median forward PE ratio is 99. It's trading at half of what it used to over the last 5-year period. So all those pressures that people can cite, yeah, we know it's in the stock. In the meantime, this company's going to grow faster than Tesla next year. Tesla is trading 420 times. So I feel like people really need to think about the fact that, yes, of course, there are reasons why Amazon has been under pressure. We all know what could get better, what could start to ease. As those pressures ease into next year, if that's what we all think, Amazon will be as big a beneficiary as any other stock that we can name.
I still thinking in the back of my mind, too, about a possible stock split down the road, like we talked about and speculated on and asked the question
That'd
about.
That'd be good for 15% the day they announce it.
I just can't imagine
Scott,
that
there are
they're not going to do
100%
it.
buys. There are 100% buys from the sell side on this stock.
Yeah.
Who's left to upgrade?
Well, that's not surprising to me
So
either.
that's just something.
What do I need
No, it's
upgrades
not.
Link
for?
is. You're the only one left.
That's right. I might be the only one, but I made a whole ton of money in Fortinet. That's up over 100% in the meantime,
Hey,
right?
well, Josh would tell
there's
you
a lot
he
of
made.
other
But
opportunities.
Josh would tell you, well, he made a ton of money in
That has nothing
CrowdStrike
to do with it.
It's like, right? It's like apples and
That
oranges.
has literally
great.
nothing to do with it. That has nothing to do with anything.
It has everything to do with it because
Has
it's all
nothing to do
about
with
stock
anything.
picking and making money and outperforming. And you're not outperforming owning Amazon
I
right
own
now.
venture-backed private companies that are up 5x in the last couple of years. I don't
Right.
look at one investment versus another on an arbitrary time frame because it's very possible to own Amazon and make that kind of return, just maybe not last year, maybe next year. Like it's I think just to focus on, like, is there an opportunity in this stock? I would just say I'd rather be in it than betting against it. And yes, it's okay to be neutral and be equal weighted. That's all I'm trying to say. I'm not saying it's going to outperform every other possible Listen, I think Bitcoin's going to 100,000. By that logic, is Amazon an opportunity cost? Potentially.
Okay,
but we can't have 100% of our assets in the top performing stock at all times.
Let me move.
Nobody can really do that.
Let me move on if I could. To the least, according to Mark Mahaney, the least at risk heading into earnings. And Josh, it's going to funnel back to you because it says it's Uber, which is, by the way, his #1 overall mega cap internet related pick. Okay, least at risk is Uber. $70 target. It's a 50% upside from here. That makes sense to you, Josh Brown?
I hope he's right. I'm long. I've been long. This was considered a quote-unquote opportunity cost also until it ran from 30 to 47. This is another name where everybody is well aware of the pressures, political pressures, lawsuits, jurisdictions. We all understand the drivers had to get paid more to come back to work, blah, blah, blah. I feel like all of that is in the stock. What's not in the stock is those pressures starting to come off next year as more people come out to drive and some of these political battles getting resolved. And as those things happen, you see the food delivery business remaining on fire, even coming into the recovery. That's another area where adoption has led to this being a lifestyle change. And now you get people traveling again. Maybe not for business as fast, but you get people moving around again, going back to work again. This stock works. So this is a name that peaked out in February, March. It's been consolidating below those highs. I think we're going to challenge those highs once again.
All right, there is the stock.
I know all the bad news. We all do.
Yeah. Approaching 1.5% gain. Highs of the day. for shares of Uber. We're going to take a quick break. I want you to check out this mystery chart. It's up 50% this year, and now a bullish new call today says it can go up another 45%. Two of our committee members own it, which means we're going to debate it along with some other names in our calls of the day. We're back in 2 minutes.
All right, I'm here. I'm just eating lunch. I'm off mic for a few minutes.
Welcome back. I'm Rahel Solomon, and here is our CNBC News update at this hour. A key health panel says that most older Americans should not take low daily doses of aspirin to prevent a first heart attack or stroke. The group says that the increased risk of bleeding outweighs any benefits for people 60 and older who have not had a heart attack or stroke. The Brooklyn Nets sidelining their unvaccinated starting point guard Kyrie Irving. The Nets general manager says that Irving will not play or practice with the team until he can play in all of the team's games. New York requires all professional athletes be vaccinated to play or practice in city venues. And on the news, reaction to the abrupt resignation of Las Vegas Raiders coach John Gruden. Will the NFL need to do more in the wake of Gruden's racist, homophobic, and misogynistic emails? That's tonight at 7 Eastern. And the International Monetary Fund's board voicing full confidence in the fund's managing director, Kristalina Georgieva. This following a probe into allegations that she pressured staffers to change business rankings to benefit China while she was a World Bank official. You're now up to date, Scott. I'll send it back to you.
All right, Rahel. Appreciate it very much. Thank you. We do have some breaking news and some headlines from the Atlanta Fed President, Raphael Boston. He's speaking at the Peterson Institute of International Economics. The text of his speech says, quote, I continue to believe currently elevated inflation is episodic, driven by pandemic conditions such as disruptions in supply chains and labor markets. A major caveat, though, is that the severe and pervasive supply chain issues will probably last longer than most of us initially expected. So those are the headlines that are moving just now from the Atlanta Fed Pres. We'll keep you up to date on any move that we see correlated to that. 10-year 159. You also had some headlines earlier today from the Fed's Clarida as well, who said the taper timeline on track, that he expects that to begin later this year. All right, shares of MGM, they hit a new high, 52-week high today. The casino operator upgraded to outperform at Credit Suisse. The price target more than doubled to 68 from 33. Degas, you own it. There it is. Nice move.
Exactly. Great move. And so if you look at MGM, it has a light asset model that's doing really well. Plus, it owns 50% of the rooms in Las Vegas. And also, it has a very limited exposure to Macau. And then on top of that, basically they're getting they have a solar facility that provides electricity to their properties in Las Vegas. And then lastly, we have BetMGM. That is a growth engine for MGM. So positives all the way around. We really like the stock, and it's going to continue to run. So this is a stock to hold.
Okay. Do you see a lot of activity in this, Pete?
I sure did. As a matter of fact, last Friday, Scott, of the unusuals, that was one of the two unusuals that we had. Actually, we ended up with three of those. But, yeah, MGM, they absolutely were buying calls, Scott, that we talked about. 8,000 of those calls, they were the November 44 calls, and the stock was trading actually closer to 45 at the time. So why would they do that? They were getting a little bit more leverage. Rather than buying an out-of-the-money call like we oftentimes see, this was getting a little bit more leverage. It was going to move like stock, and it's moved extremely well. Those options went from $3 to $5 since Friday's hit. And as a matter of fact, today we had even more buying. We had October 46 call buying, again, in the money calls, so aggressively positioning 5,000 of those going up today as well. Those actually expire at the end of this week. So somebody looking for the stock that's already over 47, now over 48, to continue this move and this path to the upside. I think the most important thing here is this. Las Vegas Sands and Wynn, because of their exposure, are very, very...
Apple pulling back a little bit.
Very, very toxic. And I think when you look over at MGM, you see a much different... All you've got to do is put all three onto a chart, and you can see exactly what I'm talking about. So as much as I've liked Wynn and Las Vegas Sands in the past, I think because of what they've got going on with Macau and everything else across the pond, that's an issue. But I think you look at MGM, they just continue to crank, and this is a company that's done really well. Degas just defined. They continue to have more and more. They just made another acquisition from the Cosmopolitan as well. So
wow, nice breakout on
in terms of everything that they've had
MGM.
Okay, Steph, you must have a different opinion here than Pete does, because you say you have a quote-unquote huge position in Wynn, and you cite the fact that MGM's fine, but it's already up 50% this year.
Yeah, it's just not my style to buy something up 50%, and kudos to those that own the stock, right? So I've been wrong. They've been right. But Wynn is now down 35% from its highs. It's down 20% for the year. And
VIX still spiking back up to the highs of the day. Wow, this market is crazy.
60% right now. It's worth watching the government. I do not think they're going to lose their licenses. I think the CEO on CNBC a couple of weeks ago was very upbeat. So was MGM about Macau, by the way. And they all have been diversifying, Wynn included. They have Boston properties. They have Las Vegas. They're online betting, sports betting, which is a $45 billion total addressable market opportunity, and they have $3.9 billion in liquidity. While we wait to figure out what happens with Macau, it trades at 9 times EBITDA versus 11.5 times historical average. And so to me, I'm trying to buy low. I wish I didn't own it higher, but I'm actually averaging down.
VIX at the highs of the day right here. VIX highs of the day.
If you give it some time.
Let me ask you about one more thing before we go. Steve Tusa, J.P. Morgan, he's the #1 ranked industrials analyst. He says GE, General Electric, one of your favorite stocks, could be overvalued by 20% or more. Is the target's 55? No, the target can't be 55. It's got to be a typo. What's your comment?
Yeah, they reverse split, remember? So that's probably, you have to adjust for that. I don't know what else you want the CEO to do. He's
low tick.
I forgot about the reverse split.
To grow.
I'm sorry. I forgot about the reverse split. I was like, 55? Tusa? No way.
Right.
I thought it was a typo. I thought it was 5.
You're right.
I thought it was 5.
Yeah, it didn't go from like 12 to 100 on fundamentals. Even though I would have liked that to have happened. But anyhow, so the CEO's doing everything he said he was going to do. Restructuring
VIX new high of the day.
Long time, but he is shrinking to grow the company. He's made a bunch of asset sales. He is also building the growth businesses in aviation, in renewables, in healthcare. I love the latest deal that he did in healthcare. He's improving free cash flow. They beat free cash flow last quarter by $500
S&P pulling back now very quickly.
This year. The stock trades on free cash flow, and if free cash
43.75. That's that level we need to take out.
You want to own the stock.
Okay. Been a nice run for semiconductor stocks this year, but pulling back over
We need to get above 43.75 to see 4,400. Coming back down.
As we head into their earnings, plus Pete's got unusual activity as usual when we come back.
The pandemic and its supply chain effects are accelerating a generational shift in consumer behavior towards sustainable foods and healthy living, according to Cowen Research. Oat-based dairy, for example, is expected to grow tenfold by 2026. Cowen says companies like Freshpet, Sanopta, and Oatly, which are all down big in the past 3 months, are best positioned to capitalize on the trends. And that's your ESG Fast Fact of the Day.
All right. All right. So we're back down to the bottom of the range. Look at VWAP. VWAP is flat. 4,300 up to 4,400. 4,300, that zone is support. You got 4,400 at the highs. You don't have a lot of gamma building up. We will have puts expiring in the millions for both, all three actually, SPY, S&P 500, and the Qs. Millions of contracts expiring puts. So you have a end of the week potential rally as the theta kicks in and those start to lose value quickly. A lot of those puts that are expiring. So that leaves some holes in the charts for the month of November. So we don't know exactly what we're looking at just yet. But with all those expirations towards the end of the week, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday could be very interesting. We had somebody, Mr. Young was pointing out, somebody shorted the high of the day again today, like they did yesterday. Looking for a bounce now. All right. So FANG stocks pretty much choppy today. Looking for Facebook to make a higher high now. It's making a higher low, it looks like, or trying to, above VWAP. Most stocks are being controlled by the indices, pulling back. This morning I wrote a blog post about stocks that were showing relative strength versus the markets. We saw NET, Cloudflare, continue higher. I use Cloudflare
Semis are up about 15% this year. They have been selling off over the past
for the
month.
website. I use
Down about
Cloudflare.
7% in that time. Semi is out with a new note today. We find that interesting. No downturn in semis yet. Lead times are still extended. Stay on offense, they say. And they throw out names that you guys are all over. Steph, NXP Semi, on the list. Degas, Texas Instruments, on the list. Pete, Micron is there. They also have other buy-rated stocks, including NVIDIA, which
So
Josh,
Cloudflare
obviously.
looking good.
Degas, Texan, go first.
Yeah, so this company is providing chips to the auto industry, and we all know that the auto industry is using more and more chips. And so this is a company that you definitely want to
NET,
buy.
nice follow through.
It has great valuations at this level and also profitability going forward. Outstanding, strong earnings expectations on this company.
All right, Steph, NXP. If I recall, you have been adding to this recently, haven't you?
Yeah. Over the last couple of weeks, I took my Amazon money.
Snap is just off the highs of the day. Snap up $1.75.
Down 19%. 75. The two has auto exposure. I think there's going to be the shutdown this year will lead to pent-up demand.
Let's take a look at
Next year,
Snap.
extending
Let's look at Snap.
By twofold, basically because of EV and also driver assistance. So I like this company. They're buying back stock. They raised their dividend. They're doing all the right things.
Micron.
Crocs.
Yeah, you know, unfortunately, its performance is really lacking, Scott. That's been
I saw some interesting.
I still like the name.
One of my son's friends, actually, it was my daughter's friend, oldest daughter. Some really cool looking Crocs. I thought they were just like solid color Crocs, but there's a lot of Crocs with some really interesting design elements to it. A different sole, if you will, and the trim around the sole versus the top of the shoe or the top of the sandal. I thought they were really cool looking. So obviously, younger generations are also bullish or buyers of these Crocs funny rubber sandals. Nice little bounce there. Looking for it to move higher. It's below the 921 and 50 days, so that's my only concern. Once it gets back above, Tesla looking for that tag of 810 to forecast the follow through. We had this big 2 candle breakout several weeks ago and then went sideways for 2 weeks.
My parents came here looking for that American dream, and they found it in making a better home and giving me the opportunities for a better life. We also empower the community by giving them a path to citizenship, which gives them a voice and a vote to influence our society.
Tesla looking good. Are trying to pull away from VWAP. VWAP is fairly flat, so unless price action starts to accelerate, which I'm not anticipating unless the indices also get a move on. VIX is trying to drop off here. SPY is trying to find a footing and a bounce. Some support. right, looking for a follow through. All right. Still looking for a bounce. Looking for VIX to put this lower high to work with a lower low. Markets are just moving sideways. I don't see much to do here, really. I don't see much to do. VWAP is flat. Price action's just cruising along a flat VWAP. Highs to lows. We thought that 436 would be the high. That's the most you would look at, most you would see with a flat VWAP. We did get all the way back to 436.07. Not quite the high of the day at the open, but flat VWAP, and we're just chopping around VWAP. So until VWAP starts to slope one way or another, whether it's lower or higher, we can't establish anything other than a sideways range. VIX trying to bounce a little bit more. All right, VIX and SPY just sitting here doing nothing. The S&P, let me just go take a look at the daily again. We got to get above that upper trend line. And the moving averages are moving lower once again. You can see the 9 EMA. I don't know if you can see that. It's inside these two red candles, but the 9 EMA is turned back down. 21 day is dropping, and the 50 day is flattening out to rolling lower. So this is the first time we've seen the 50 day change direction like this. You notice that, right? Over here, 50 day continued to move higher. 9 and 21 day briefly move below each other. 9 EMA below the 21, and then pop back up in each of these pullbacks. This is different. This is much different. And RSI staying below 50, so the trend is down. The bulls need to come in. That would be comforting confirmation, if you will. If we see a big bullish candle sometime in the next few days, next couple of weeks, that would indicate that they're ready to push this higher. Until we see that, you're trading against the wind, all right? Running Against the Wind. Nice song. So you're also trading with higher risk in a higher risk environment. So, trade smaller, wait for the change in trend, wait for the sentiment to shift. Let's get back to 9, 21, and 50-day rising, not flattening out or turning lower. If this gets any worse, I might pull a little bit off of my equity exposure, add more to cash, looking for another dip. If we do come down to 4,300, almost feels like we're going to do that. It's just so hard to tell at this point because we're just chopping around. We could very well pop back up to the highs or drop down to the lows. We're just below the 21-day, the value area. The 50-day is overhead. And like I said, it's rounding, flattening out. If we look at the breadth today, new highs versus new lows compared to yesterday, let's see what that comparison looks like. Okay, new highs. We want to see breadth improving. Let me see what NIMO looks like. NIMO is rising. It's plus 1740. The highs that we saw back in August and in May were about 35 to 37. So we're half of that, but we're still trending higher. I did notice yesterday that the 50 period is starting to turn and starting to move lower. That could lead to a death cross eventually. That's just something that we need to keep an eye out. I'm not saying that that's what's going to happen, but eventually it could. Let me see if these guys are on right now. No, that's not what I want. That's not what I want. All right, so we can go either way. Right now, you're trading with higher risk, so hedges make sense. If we drop off here, it looks like we're going to drop off a little more. VIX is starting to push higher. Tesla's up 16, but most likely will get affected by any pull lower in the indices. Tesla's at the high of the day, trading 808.06. We hit 810 and popped back above it again about an hour ago, 45 minutes ago. We popped back above 810. Tesla hit 810. All right, so new highs, new lows. Let's see what this looks like. All right, so we're making fewer new highs today. You can see a red stick here. That means we're making fewer new highs than we did yesterday. Yesterday was a pretty big spike in new highs. We're trying to get that black line, the moving average, to start making higher highs and higher lows like it did over here last year, June, July, and into 2021, and then kept pushing higher. We're above the zero line, so that's good. Advanced decline, more advancing stocks than decliners, as you can see here. We're trying to take out this little peak the end of September. That's good. We've green elder sticks, looking for a follow through.
Missed the show? Don't sweat it. The Halftime Report now has a podcast.
All right.
Call of the day, unusual activity, and of course, Ask Halftime. Look for us on Apple Podcasts or your favorite podcasting app. Follow the Halftime Podcast.
All right, so we got banks starting to report earnings. You can see the S&P Equal Weight Index yesterday was above the 50-day, but got rejected by the end of the day. We're right at the bottom of yesterday's range, still bullish for now. Number of stocks trading above the 50-day had reached about 43% above the 50-day. So approximately 60% of stocks were below the 50-day still. At these lower levels, I would expect to see institutions, maybe they're backing off a little bit, see if they get another dip for an area to buy, because you'll see this line moving higher if they start buying. And for CCI to move higher, it's flattening out right now. So sort of a neutral signal. We got to get above the 50-day. That's an absolute. Got to get above the 50-day. I hear them talking about the 100-day, which, you know, I really don't pay that much attention to the 100-day. I look more at the 130, which is half a year of data. The 130, 264 trading days in a year. You can see we're right above that, the 130. Okay, it's just a line. It's not something that I would base a lot of risk on. The 100 period moving average was sitting right on top of that. So you got people like Carter Worth that use the 100 day. I like the 130. It is what it is. You're basically looking at a half a year of data. You know, half the 200 day. Somewhere along the line, somebody decided that even though we have 264 trading days in a year, we'll use a 200-day moving average and lop off those 60 days, 64 days. There's still a potential that this could be an upward sloping neckline. This could be a left shoulder over here. This could be a head. And this could be the top of the right shoulder. Or we might put in a little higher high in the next few days, get above the 50-day, though. We'll have to reassess. We'll have to reassess the charts at that point.
All right, Steph, final trade. What do you have?
United Healthcare, it's down 5% from its highs. It's the number one player in the industry with very strong execution and free cash flow growth. I expect further M&A, dividends, and buybacks. I like it into the quarter.
Thank you. Diggis?
Fortinet is benefiting from demand for data privacy and protection.
Oh, heard that name earlier today. All right, Josh Brown?
Yeah, that looks good, Fortinet.
GM heading back toward that high from earlier this year. I like it.
Okay.
GM continues. MGM.
MGM, Scott, they keep coming for more. They just bought another 15,000 upside calls in MGM. This stock's going higher.
All right, good stuff.
I wouldn't buy it up here. I would buy it on any dip.
As well, the exchanges now.
Thank you very much, Scott. Hi, everybody. Welcome. And here's what's coming up on the exchange. We're more than halfway through. That's how far along the market is in the bottoming process, according to one portfolio manager after yesterday's selling into the close. He'll give us the names to buy in what he calls the challenging road ahead. Plus, a trust story. Boeing's orders and deliveries out ahead of its earnings later this month. Sales continue to outpace cancellations, but manufacturing quality problems still plague one of its flagship models. Can Boeing regain its previous footing with both investors and the public? And analysts saying, buy this, not that, in a number of industries today, including gambling, pharma, and tech. We'll put their calls to the test in a special head-to-head edition of Rapid Fire. But we do begin with the markets. It's been like four different stories in the past hour, Dom.
And four different stories that haven't really tugged one way or the other for the markets overall, Kelly. What we've seen is marginal gains, marginal losses for the markets overall. We're hovering closer to the lows of the session.
Snap trying to push a bit higher. Snap. Tesla. Right near the highs of the day. Tesla is just off about $2.20 from the high of the day.
Similar percentage moves. Very much a calm market today. One place in particular that's not very calm, though, shooting to the upside over the last few days here, has been solar-related stocks. Many of those names have been hot in the trade over the last couple of days. The Invesco Solar ETF is kind of off of its session highs right now, but still up about 5% right now. It's been a pretty decent move higher. Higher oil prices have made many alternative energy products more attractive, so to speak. But as you can see here, over the last year, even with rising oil prices, that hasn't played out. So maybe there's a catch-up trade there, or maybe there's a bit of momentum that could wane out of this solar trade. And then one other place to watch a down component, shares of Apple right now. You can see here just about moving to the downside by about 2/3 of 1%. The company comes out and discloses it will have a new event on October 18th, Kelly, October 18th, where it's expected by some analysts and industry watchers that Apple could introduce new models of its iMacs or MacBooks, that sort of thing, computers and AirPods as well. So another event, Apple shares, they've been an underperformer on a year-to-date basis, only up 7%. That's less than half of what the S&P's done so far.
And that's just about a week away. I know we all talked about AirPods into that event and didn't get them. Dom, thank you very much. We appreciate it for now. Our Dom Chu.
Coinbase on the move. Coinbase on the move.
Continuing to ask themselves whether we've hit a bottom in this recent sell-off.
Yeah, not doing much. Mara, I want to buy the pullback on Mara. Okay, not quite there yet, but we are seeing some buyers at the low of the day. I think we can get back to the 90 MA on Mara and watch Bitcoin. Bitcoin, it's pulling back after a breakout yesterday, pulling back into more than 50% of yesterday's price action. I like it better near the 90 MA than buying up here at the highs, as you know.
Then they eventually go on sale until sort of inventory matches up with demand. And I think that's what we're seeing right now. Sure, there's a lot of issues, inflation, concerns about the supply chain, tapering, the Fed raising interest rates. But eventually, these things will pass. The supply chain is probably the easiest thing to probably get resolved. And I think we are just in the middle of repricing this right now. But the good thing about it is I think we're a little bit further along than just halfway. So if you want to take anything positive out of all this, it's going to create an opportunity to step in and to buy quality stocks for really what I think is going to be a pretty decent, okay, future moving forward.
So in other words, you think this is a repricing because of concerns, but don't markets usually climb walls of worry? Why are we descending this one?
I think you could probably say that we were climbing a wall of worry throughout the summer. Yeah. All these concerns were really well known, and yet.
All right, VIX is making a new high. VIX making a new high.
11 new highs in August and 7 new highs in July. So talk about a wall of worry. I think that's what exactly was going on, and then this started to get repriced really just as soon as Labor Day, and we started really entering into September.
NIMO is bullish.
Stock picks, which we've shown here, Merck, Chevron, and Ulta. Are these names that you think will do well?
Tick cumulative is still green.
Sideways to lower environment, or are these
not a lot of volume, but definitely sucking some bears in, it looks like right here.
You could see it having more near-term upside, but I do wonder about the long run.
So I have a price target on Chevron about 139. That's about a 31% upside. And what you're seeing now is oil trading around $80 a barrel. So once you start to think $80 a barrel, people start to think 90. I mean, Kramer was talking about it this morning. And if you start to think 90, you're probably thinking 100. And so, this supply chain issue with oil and natural gas is probably going to run a bit longer. And so you could probably see oil trading up to 100, maybe 115. And so that, I think, takes, Chevron going forward. What I think you really want to do is focus on quality
good. Thanks a lot.
We just got some news out of the bond market. It's reopened today after yesterday's holiday with yields to the upside. 10-year note auction, top of the hour. Rick Santelli, how to go?
Well, it didn't go nearly as aggressive as I thought. I thought it would be an A plus, but a B plus isn't bad, Kelly. They really jumped at this, and it makes sense. You know, we had a very big run once we settled above that 137 to 139 zone. We moved all the way up to the 1.6, almost without a setback. And of course, the weak numbers on Friday gave pause, and investors jumped all over it. Let's go through the internals. The auction yield, 1.584, pretty spot on to where it was trading. But all the metrics, whether it was bid cover, indirects, directs, all were very solid. Dealers take 11.2%. Now, it isn't the smallest amount, but it's very close to maybe the fourth smallest amount in the last 10 years. So very solid. You don't want dealers taking it. You want investors cleaning the table. And I think that what this really tells me is that after 2 weak labor reports and touching 1.6, there's going to be some significant resistance on the yields at the 1.61 to 1.66 level. So watching investors step in with basically a 4-week concession of yields moving higher, I think makes perfect sense.
And there's the 10-year now, 158 in the wake of all of that. Rick, thank you so much. Our Rick Santelli tracking the 10-year out in Chicago today. Well, it was good news and bad news for Boeing as well. On the upside today, its orders outpaced cancellations for the 8th consecutive month. On the downside, deliveries of its Dreamliner remain halted as planes undergo quality checks. And that seems to be the crux of the investor battle on whether to invest in the stock or not. As Jim Cramer says, he remains faithful to Boeing, but the company needs to show a level of leadership it has lost. And while the stock is up in the past year, it's underperforming the market and is still 20% off its 52-week high. So what will it take for this name to catch up? Shia Kailu follows Boeing for Jefferies. She still has a buy on the stock with a $300 price target. Sheila, where are you?
Hey, Kelly, thank you so much. I'm actually at AUSA, it's the Army Trade Show, and I'm standing behind the Textron manufactured B-280, which is a big Army competition coming up in the spring of 2022. It's an $80 billion program, so it's one of the Army's top priorities for its future assault aircraft.
I thought it was more than just a work from home, background or something. Very, very cool. So tell me, maybe what would be the catalyst for Boeing stock to break out from here? Would it be Dreamliner news, or is it more COVID related? What do you think?
Sure, I think really Boeing has several catalysts from here. Well, first is total air traffic is 37% below 2019 levels. You don't see that in a lot of end markets. Second, the MAX. We're seeing the MAX cadence of deliveries improve to something like 14 a month to 18 a month, headed to 33 a month next year. Those are improving. China is a big catalyst to get it going. China is 20% of the backlog in deliveries for Boeing on the 737 MAX. And third, you hit the nail on the target, Kelly. The 787, the Dreamliner, is halted. It hasn't really delivered any since May. And that is really holding back the stock right now because we basically cut our delivery forecast from 50 787s delivered to 14 because of the current delivery halts and the issues the Dreamliner is seeing. But you're right. Actually, it hasn't resulted in cancellations just yet. We actually only saw one 787 canceled this month. And Boeing actually has 302 net orders ahead of Airbus at 133 year to date.
So the numbers in that sense are moving in the right direction. What about reputationally, especially as the stock seems to have, time and again, every couple of months, something new. And I can't tell whether it's almost like when there's car fires with the Tesla and everybody, freaks out. But then we always hear, well, there's a car fire with the regular car that every 10 seconds is not reported on. Are these manufacturing issues for Boeing, you think, more?
Okay, whatever. Whatever. All right, the markets are just range bound. You can see for the most part, this is a slightly descending pattern on the 60-minute. If you're bullish, you want the 20 EMA on the 60-minute to be turned up and to the right. You also want price above the 20 EMA and this trend line. You want RSI above 50. All those things, all those conditions are not met yet, but could be in the short term. This is the longest pullback we've had this year. The duration here that started back at the end of August, early September, this pullback. Early in this pullback, it looked a lot different because the 9 and 21 day had crossed only after 2 weeks of being at the highs. Going into the end of September, we had this pullback on the 20th. We bounced back up, started to produce lower highs and lower lows. And now we have the unenviable position, if you're bullish, that we could test the low here at 4,300. And we could get there pretty quick considering the negative gamma. So you should be ready for it if it does happen, whether you're using a hedge or fewer positions or you're looking for the dip to get bought down here at 4,300. The 50-day has rolled over. Now it's flat to dropping. All right, so that's not good going into year end. However, during the markdown period, we know that eventually price action does get back above the 921 and 50-day. We could be building what looks like a cup pattern. So this could very well do something like this into year end. All right, so that's a possibility. Okay, that's one possibility. Everyone's looking for, good earnings. The caveat, the collar is basically bullish for JP Morgan. We talked about that. We've got this major volume by price support zone that we're about to lose. We could potentially move down to 4,300, which would maybe fill out this right side of this cup. So we got a lot of work to do, basically. So I'm talking to myself now, and hopefully this resonates with some of you, but try not to take as much risk right now, because now is not the time to be risky. Look for some pullbacks, in quality names if you're thinking about that. That makes sense. Look at stocks that are breaking trend like Lockheed Martin. This happened once again back in March. Had the exact same kind of look to it. We had a markdown phase. Price moved above the 9 and 21 day. In this case, in the last case in March, we were below the 200 day. This time we're at the 200 day, 9 and 21 day cross, but could be building the right side of this pattern. The markup phase, phase 2, where the 9/21 day cross up and to the right, this should be really obvious. When it's dropping, you're trading a bearish pattern. Look for shorts at the moving average, or look for mean reversion scalps and short duration swings. Okay, when you're below the 9 and 21 day. Now that we're back above, this looks different. And what does the rest of the group look like? What about Northrop Grumman? Well, we know Northrop Grumman has been on a tear. Northrop Grumman, Raytheon, and L3 Harris, all three bidding on a lucrative 144 satellite network for the DoD, I believe it is. All three of them bidding for it, and investors are getting ahead of it, looking for that follow through. So L3 Harris, LHX, Raytheon, and Northrop Grumman, all of those three are bidding. Lockheed Martin, I don't think they're in any kind of bid for that, but they're chasing the other three. Boeing had tried to make a change in direction, so that's a nice industrial stock. We're looking for it to get above the 200 day. Once that happens, the 9 and 21 day will continue to push higher. So that's starting phase 2, the phase we look for a trader, a swing trader. You also have other industrials like Caterpillar, okay, which is descending. That's not a comforting look. John Deere, same thing, that's descending. 3M, descending. Those are all industrial, so We want to see the industrial sector pushing back up. That's not the case right now. Matter of fact, when we looked at all the sectors yesterday, they didn't look that all that great, did they? We looked at the sectors yesterday. And you know what? Let's go back to the daily. All right, so the 5-minute charts. Notice real estate is strong. It's above VWAP. Notice utilities above VWAP. You got retail above VWAP. You got consumer discretionary above VWAP. Those 4 sectors look like they're going to bounce off of VWAP and follow through. So we look for that continuation on the weekly time frame, consumer discretionary. Some were talking about weakness in this sector, especially retail. So that might be the case. It looks like it's flattening out after a really bullish run since 2020. This certainly looks like it could pull back some, right? Retail. You got the holidays. You have supply chain, logistics problems. You got ships sitting off the port in LA on the West Coast. You got inflation. You got truckers having a hard time getting things to, the East Coast. There's just a lot of things going on. So take less risk right now. Look for quality names that don't move much. One name was mentioned the other day was it BGG? No, what's the B&G Foods? BG Foods. Bren was talking about that one. Oops, B&G. What's going on? BGS, that was it. BGS. All right, so this one's in a sideways pattern. Has a decent dividend from what I understand. I don't know. I would rather be in cash in most cases while we're waiting for the markets to confirm. I'm not very eager in jumping into things until we get back above that 50-day like we were talking about a few minutes ago. All right, so we're trying to bounce here a little bit. The lower part of the range. So you got a flat VWAP. So this shouldn't be unexpected. Whenever you see a flat VWAP, you look for price action to hug VWAP. The range. You got a nice range from 43.74 down to 43.50. 43.75 is a major level on gamma. All right, so a move above 43.75, we have a very quick change in the amount of gamma, and we could see an acceleration. We do know that puts are expiring this week, the monthly puts, so there's going to be a lot of decay between now and Friday. So a lot of those puts could get covered, which would turn into potential buyers in the futures. That's what we're looking for anyway. There's that potential, but there's never a guarantee. So we know 4,400 is a major resistance zone. I don't see us getting above that by Friday. And then all those puts expire on Friday. Over 1 million on the S&P 500 index, 1 million on the spiders, and over 1 million on the Qs. All of that expiration on Friday is going to relieve those hedges that dealers have for next week on Monday. So we still have today and 3 more trading days this week. A lot can happen. To me, I'm just watching what VIX is doing. VIX is telling you, if it spikes up again, look for VIX for SPY to drop off, S&P to drop off below this low, and VWAP would start to round lower into the close. I'm hoping I'm wrong. I'm hoping we could cruise right back up to the highs. Doesn't look like it at the moment. All right. VIX starting to spike up. Watch VIX is spiking. BGS, thank you, Captain. Yep. Tesla, looking for that follow through on Tesla. All right. I want to stay above 810. I want to close at the highs of the day. VIX is starting to move higher. VIX. Yeah, I agree with you, Matt. I don't see a big rally. Um, all right. Yeah, VWAP 4360 is VWAP. All right, so getting a nice bounce now. VIX is starting to drop off. I'll be right back.
Here on WD, CrowdStrike, several press releases out now, launching free Vimeo Community Edition. CrowdStrike tells its Fusion Extend support for all current SOC teams, and CrowdStrike joined forces with SaaS Cloud and security leaders to set standard for XDR through this Cloud XDR Alliance. Shares of CrowdStrike crossed the highs now 250.10. Charlie Romeo Whiskey Delta, CRWD.
All right, a minuscule bounce there. Still sitting here at the lows. The biggest thing I'm seeing is that VIX is staying very high, very elevated, and in this crazy bouncing range. Hits the lows and it runs up 40, 50 cents within a few minutes. And volume is low. Volume is very low. So there's not a whole lot. Institutions aren't doing anything. So we don't have any pull or push from the institutions. That's the biggest thing I'm seeing. A lack of interest to do anything at this point. So All right, now we're starting to see a little better action all of a sudden. Needs to last. So from what I understand, I thought I was getting Tesla panels. And in fact, what I have is in-phase solar panels. And in-phase microinverters and equipment. I'll post that in the social channel. All right, looking for SPY to continue or be denied. Not much to do. All right. Come on, SPY. VIX is holding on. It's just so persistent. Going on 10 days. We spike above the 50-day and then we hang out above the 50-day for 7 days, then drop, bounce around. VIX has been so persistent. At some point, something's got to snap. People saying this is due to the yields, due to inflation, transitory, due to lots of things. But we're just managing to stay above this 50-day forever. That's 7 days there, 4 days down here. Big range. Look at the big range in VIX yesterday. You could expect to see quite a range in the S&P when you see these big bullish candles or bearish candles. Hard to get anything going. If VWAP did have if VIX did have VWAP, you would see pretty much a sideways range. Moving back down to the low would be good for S&P. Moving back to the high would be bad, unless you're bearish. Tesla trying to break higher. Tesla looking pretty good here. end of day. I got a feeling Tesla's going to run end of day. Feels like it's going to run end of day. Facebook, looking for it to bounce off a VWAP here. Facebook, looking for the run higher now. We ran up, pull back the VWAP, MACD's crossing. Now I'm looking for a, here's A over here. The gap down, A, B, C. Can we get a D and a follow through? Fill the gap from this morning. You got overhead resistance on the daily, 921, 50 day. So I don't expect it's going to get very far, but that's the 200 day right there, tagged. So do we build a base right in this area? Up to 330, 331? That's what it looks like. Possible. RSI is still pretty weak. There's no volume per se. Maybe the volume kicks in. You know, if we get the volume to kick in, volume, towards the close, we've got 20 minutes to go for the 2 o'clock hour. VIX rolling over. All right, VIX looks like a bear flag on the VIX. Tesla, yeah, I'm thinking the same. Yeah, Tesla, I'm thinking an end of day run. Tesla looking at an end of day run. That's what I'm thinking anyway. I'd like to see that. Tesla. Look at that relative strength. Pulling away from VWAP now. So last night I was hanging out at the beach. It was overcast. Just wanted to get away from everything. Been, stressed out. The markets can get you really stressed out. Unwind. So I went to the beach. Had a couple of beers. I wasn't driving, so no big deal. Had a couple of beers. Listening to Led Zeppelin was really cool. That and AC/DC live at Donington. That concert, what was it, 2000? I'm thinking 2007. Anyway, great concert. Thunderstruck, Jailbreak, a lot of good songs. All right, VIX is dropping off here. So I was contemplating, just clearing my brain, thinking about the markets, looking out over the Atlantic Ocean. Was very cloudy, dreary. This guy comes up, sitting next to, across from me on the little, walkway that goes up over the dunes like they have in Jersey, Mondo. Anyway, he sat down and started talking. Guy was bummed out. His cousin died, friend of his cousin, or his cousin. And come to find out, we know some of the same people from New Jersey. It was like, wow, what's the odds of that happening, right? So he's the son of an architect that I know in New Jersey. I'm like, get the hell out of town. Don Wallace. Don Wallace of the Wallace clan, good Scottish guy. So we were chatting for a while. I gave him a beer because I had two already. And just chatting about bands. It's cool, As I was telling him, like Galileo says, you can learn something from everybody you meet. Don't ever have the assumption that you're a know-it-all, like Scott Wapner. Be open to the idea that you can learn something from people if you let them. Anyway. Yeah. Yeah, the bigger trend in Las Vegas sands, I'm watching the bigger trend in Las Vegas. You know, you got a descending channel. All right, so this is A over here. This would be B. I'm looking for the higher low. Gets back above VWAP. Maybe you see a C later in the day, and then a follow through D. The reason why I call the site theclosingprint.com, because you get so involved in what's going on in the 5-minute tick, every tick on a 5-minute chart, that you miss the big picture. I know you don't miss the big picture. I'm just saying some people do. You know, the big picture is we're in an uptrend. 9 and 21 days crossing up. So not every day is going to be a super bullish day like over there, where you have very little, the third, fourth week of August, where you had very little upside wick. You know, we're at the 50 day, so you'd expect to see some traders exit at the 50 day, but the 9 and 21 day is about to cross higher, and you know that MGM is blowing it out. MGM had a good day today, new highs. I believe they're buying out casinos and stuff. And when, you know, these are still, they're changing trend. They're just starting to change trend. Need to be above the 50 day. Once they do, that's a confirmation for me. Looking at the volume, RSI above 50. This is in the making. This is the beginning of a trend change. So if you took Elvis today, you know, it's probably going to take a week for it to continue, you know, higher over the next few trading days. But it certainly looks good coming out of this reversal, 921 day cross. And you got volume on MGM. Okay. Las Vegas Sands, you can see the volume starting to come in at an area where you would want to see it come in, right when it transitions back above the 921 day. You can see the base right in here. You got a double bottom. Everything's going on. Everything's going on right now. So looks good. And SPY is starting to move higher right now. So VIX is dropping off pretty fast here. VIX is dropping off pretty fast. SPY is starting to move. Okay. So flat VWAP, best case scenario, we get back to 436. I'd be selling into strength. If for some reason this peters out before we get there, you know, if you bought the low, like Grover did just a few minutes ago, about 20 minutes ago, I think he was saying that he was buying the low, then look for continuation. Facebook's about to take out the pivot high right here. All right, bouncing at VWAP, an area where we would want to see traders show up at VWAP. You see the volume there on the push higher, so the volume's starting to pick up. I'd like to see it more like it was at 11 o'clock and 12 o'clock over the next hour or two. That would indicate institutions like what they see down here, and they're gonna start buying. All right, VIX is spiking up off the lows. Man, this is just a pain in the butt here. VIX just won't give it away. Give it away now. Give it away, give it away, give it away now. All right, so VIX starting to bounce. Oh my goodness, look at VIX. This is a thorn in our paw, or hoof if you're a bull, paw if you're a bear. Watching, if VIX did have VWAP, you'd see this range. This low over here from yesterday, low this morning, the highs, we're making lower highs, and yet to create a lower low. It's just persistent volatility longs, looks like. We've got a little bit more than 2 hours and 10 minutes to go. 2 hours, 13 minutes to go. 2 hours and 13 minutes to go. So if we see some kind of action after 2 o'clock, that would be a nice confirmation for an end of day rally perhaps. Watch Tesla, looking for Tesla to take off. Tesla's up at the highs of the day, making new highs. All right, so Tesla's doing exactly what I wanted it to do. All right, Tesla, I wanted to see that 810 level. Told you that on Thursday, Friday last week. You know, it took a little while, but, you know, this consolidation right here, and that those two bullish candles right there is what I was looking for here. So you got that sideways, just like it was over here, sideways, and then boom, 2 bullish expansion days. Sideways, now I'm looking for 2 bullish expansion days. I thought we could see 810. We're trading 810 right now. and looking for an end of day run. It's starting to work very well. So as Mikey was just saying in the trading room, Heart Pumper, you should trade each stock on its own merits. You can look at the indices. They are either going to give you a tailwind or a headwind, but trade it on its own merits. In the case of Tesla, we got good sales and earnings numbers, and everyone knows that sales and earnings would drive company price, right? Multiples, forward earnings, PEs, whatever metric you're using. And Tesla blowing out the China numbers, selling lots. It was like 55, 60,000 vehicles sent out for the month in China. And about 30%, about 50% of them were exported. Tesla, on its own merits, is producing higher highs and higher lows. Relative volume is picking up. Look at these little spikes in volume here. And we're pulling away from VWAP. So VWAP is going to start tilting higher if this starts to accelerate. All right, so I'm looking for a close similar to what we had here, this big bullish candle. That would be nice to see it up above 820. It has a $20 ATR. Okay, so we know that $20 would mean another $1.70 higher. So that would be above this second Keltner band right there at 814.02. That I could live with. I really want to start adding to my position. I haven't done anything on Tesla since over here for the kids. For the kids, they averaged in 580, I think, is their average, 580, 590 in that area. I bought on when it started to move above the 50-day. Okay, my average is a bit higher, closer to 700. And just looking for Tesla to continue higher. So I've told you a few times what I was looking for. I marked up a chart a couple of months ago what I was looking for on Tesla when I got my kids involved on a weekly time frame. Not this one, this one. Okay, this is what I was looking for. All right, so not quite what is turning out to be. This upward leg is flattening out and grinding along, but it's still doing what I'm thinking. I'm thinking it's going to get up to 900 by year end. It might get there a lot faster. We only got 90 points to go. 89 points to go. We're at 810.84 right now. So I was looking for this to move back up to the high. So this is a previous markup from back in July, I believe. July. So that looks good. Judge every chart on its own merits. A lot of stocks will show relative strength, like NET, Cloudflare. I mean, you'd never know that the markets were moving lower over the last few days, over the last few weeks. Cloudflare just continues to show relative strength. What's the name of that chart? Okay, from the morning blog post, there was a number of stocks that looked very bullish. I want to see if they followed through. Okay, so you've got CBLG. That was showing relative strength yesterday. Look at the breakout today. Up another 4.5%. CBLG from the morning blog post. Warby Parker, WRBY. WRBY, that's from the morning blog post. What did it do? It's up almost 1%. Another stock on the list, Louisiana Pacific, LPX. Nice follow-through day, right? Up 4.5%. That's the morning blog post. Okay, so if you check out the morning blog post, those stocks are up 4.5% from the blog, okay, this morning. All right, these here, CVLG, that one's up 4.5%. So is Louisiana Pacific, 4.5%. Check out the list. It's in the morning blog post. We're looking for this to continue higher. Earnings are what got my attention, along with relative strength. When the markets were moving lower, those were closing higher. Those look good. AFRM is trending. AFRM, the thing with AFRM, yeah, that's a good idea, Roll. Yeah, I like that. I like that idea. So Louisiana Pacific up 4.5%. Nice. Louisiana Pacific. I can keep an eye on this one for you. What's Tesla doing? Tesla is at the highs. Tesla looks like it wants to keep going, right? Tesla pulling away from VWAP. All right. SPY looking for a higher low now. Come on, SPY. We're going to bounce. This is really so slow. VIX still bouncing. All right, Tesla's at the highs. Tesla. But not running away yet. It's 2 o'clock now, so we're looking for more. Do we get more? IWM briefly at the highs, up there at 222.50, and pull back a little bit. Digital turbine, looking for that to follow through. Elvis, looking for it to get above VWAP and run. Facebook back up there. All right, we need Facebook to break above this pivot. Facebook is right at this pivot. Either we get rejected here and we move back and we just settle flat. We got a flat VWAP. Or we run a bit higher. Let's see what the FANG stocks look like in addition to Facebook. All right, they got a little higher low here. Not a lot of action. My gosh, VIX is such a pain. Oh boy. Come on, Facebook, let's do this. One more push, Facebook. See what Facebook would look like on the daily. We got a hammer, is that right? A hammer at the 200-day? All right, so a bullish hammer that closes near 325. That would be more well received than a red stick right here. We'd like to see a bullish candle off the 200-day and get this volume to turn more green. Get it to turn green. Okay, so would you consider this a red dog reversal? It's got a nice fade for a few days. Look for it to close back above 325, 326. Red dog. There's the markets are so slow today. So slow. Probably tomorrow we'll be looking at Mara for an entry. Mara, Bitcoin investment, Grayscale. Also Ethereum. Looking for re-entries in some of those. Let's look at Facebook trying to produce a higher pivot high right here, right now. Trying to break above this pivot right here. 322.50 would do it for me. Like to see that follow through. All right, VWAP is slightly upward sloping. If we can get some more volume, look for Facebook to rally into the close. That would be nice. VIX, what a pest you are. VIX is such a pest. SPY is flat right at VWAP. SPY. Flat just below VWAP. SPY. Facebook looking for a push above these pivots. Facebook. Tesla. TSLA. Tesla. All right, Tesla looks like it's going to run here. Watch Tesla. Tesla's about to go. Tesla's about to go right here, right now. All right, watch Tesla. I know, Rob, you've been trading that too, selling puts, right? CrowdStrike. All right, you're looking at CrowdStrike. All right, watch Facebook here. Facebook. I can see Facebook close at 325 if we get some more buyers to come in. VIX to drop out of a bear flag here. Tick cumulative is still green, and we're doing it on 1.5 to 1 up volume. So not spectacular volume, but we do have 1.5 to 1 up volume. Tesla's starting to push the 812 envelope. Tesla's about to go. NIMO's plus 16. All right, so can we get VIX to drop off, make a new after noon low? A new afternoon low. All right, starting to tick a little bit lower VIX. All right, looks like Facebook might get a move on here. Watch Facebook. Facebook's got a tight squeeze. Tesla, let's do this, Tesla. All right, NVIDIA's starting to look good. NVIDIA turned. Okay, Facebook. Facebook, new pivot highs above VWAP. All right, this number should shift over here shortly on the next candle.
Bernie Sanders says Medicare expansion proposal is not negotiable.
Come on, Tesla, you can do this. VIX, man, VIX is hanging on by its fingernails right here at the low. This evening low. 220, so if they're going to do anything, if they're going to run the markets higher, or if they're going to do nothing, we'll find out soon enough what institutions have in mind. All right, Tesla looks like it wants to go right now. Tesla wants to go. Yeah, I figured you were still in it. You sold puts, right? Tesla's about to Tesla's about to burn rubber. Tesla about to burn rubber. Yeah, Tesla. Okay, thank you. Okay, thanks. All right, so SPY looks like it could lift here. VIX is printing a new low, evening low. VIX evening low. But at 12 o'clock we printed a lower low. All right, so 12 o'clock there was a low down there at 19. All right, so we get below 19, 1905. Yeah, about 1905 was the low. We could see VIX drop off more. If it does, that would be a descending pattern. We're watching a descending pattern, lower highs and lower lows.
Science 37 Holdings on relatively light volume. Sandy November Charlie Echo.
FANG stocks are getting turned. Thank you, Cayman. Yeah, okay, I see them. All right. That's a lot. That is a lot. Yep. There goes Facebook. Facebook breaking out. Facebook popping off. All right, nice move there on Facebook. All right, TTM triggering. We got a nice follow through. Let's see what Facebook looks like. Facebook. Yeah, 5 minute, 30 minute, 60 minute on a buy signal. Facebook. Daily is still on a sell signal, but turning. Looking good. Facebook looks good. All right. All right, you're +5 on Facebook from the lows if you're taking it. Facebook's still going. Still go. Oh, and there goes SPY now. Okay. Facebook's still going. All right, NIMO looks good. All right, so Facebook's still pushing higher. All right, Tesla's up there at 812. We got a big seller at 812. We can get through that. Then we could see higher prices on Tesla. Hat tip to Mondo on Facebook. That was a good observation and a great trade. Nice job, Mondo. Nice job, buddy. QuantumScape QS. TTM. QuantumScape with a TTM trigger about to squeeze here. Well, we're seeing a lot of these stocks that had drifted lower. We want to see them close near the upper half of the daily range. All right, let's take LMT, or rather Las Vegas Sands, as an example. All right, some of you saying it's chopping around. Okay, that's fine. We got the 921 day crossing up. We got this volume by price band. We get above 40, we could run the 42 very quick above the 50 day. You've got $1.50 in ATR, and you've got stochastics rising. Stochastics telling you to look for a close in the upper half of the daily range. So I would say half of the daily range is right at the 50 day. So anywhere above the 50 day would be the upper half of the daily range. That's what stochastics is telling you to look for on a rolling 14-day basis. So as this rises, we're looking for closes in the upper half of the daily range. You can see 3 days in a row that's been pretty accurate as it dipped and then turned around. So this looks good. IWM looking good too. IWM pushing off of the 50-day looks good. Looking for IWM to get above 225, then head for 233, the top of the range. Tesla about to take out 812 the way this is looking. Tesla, another one. Look at stochastics. It's turning higher. Stochastics is telling you look for closes in the upper half of the daily range. So I'm looking for, like these candles over here. Last time stochastics turned up, what happened? We had closes and very nice bullish 20-day moves, 20-point moves these 2 days. Looking for that now on Tesla, looking for it to close at the upper half of the daily range. So we could fade a little bit and still be in the upper half, but I'd like to see a close up here at the high. Much more confidence. IWM looks like it wants to keep going. Digital Turbine, a squeeze. It's fading. It's below VWAP. It should follow through maybe by tomorrow. Elvis looking for it to get back above VWAP. Louisiana Pacific up 2.34%. Excuse me, plus 3.66%, up $2.34. Snap is up 3% on the day. Snap is up 3%, up $2.20. Tesla's up 18.75. That looks good. All right, so far so good. Tesla. Keep an eye on Tesla. Pulling away from VWAP. Look at the volume, still picking up here. Compare the volume to over here from 3 o'clock on. All right, it's only 225, so from 230, I want to see this kind of volume here today, more volume on any breakout. All right, let's look at QuantumScape, QS, lithium batteries, QuantumScape. Okay, QuantumScape and LAC develops next generation solid state lithium metal batteries for use in electric vehicles. The lithium phosphate battery, I don't know the exact statistics, but I'm pretty sure it's almost zero fires from it, whereas you got the cobalt-based batteries that Tesla had early on that caused some fires. Now they shifted to lithium phosphate, and those are much, much better. Everything's, I guess, prone to, fires, but less prone by a very wide margin. Watching Tesla here. QuantumScape and the LAC, both of these are looking like bullish breaks higher. Lithium America and QuantumScape. I would think QuantumScape can get back up to 28.75 probably in the next week or so. So I wouldn't sell it here. This is where I'd want to be buying. Want to be buying or adding to my position if I started over here. This is just the start of phase 2, right? Could still be basing a little bit. You can see a base here, sideways price action. Eventually push above the 921 and 50 day. At some point, the 921 day are going to still start to tilt higher. And once they start tilting higher up and to the right, we can start to assume a continuation of this phase 2 trend, the markup period. Institutions keep lifting their offers. They already have the base. This is where they wanted it. They bought it. Now that it's rising, the phase 2 starts, the markup phase. You got to know what institutions are doing, and you can see it in the charts if you know what you're looking at. You're not just a bunch of lines. Whoa, there goes Tesla. Big move on Tesla here. Big move on Tesla right there. Giddy up, baby. Look at the 5-minute chart. Wow, nice pop there on Tesla. That was a nice pop there. All right, we're making it through that 812 zone. Can we get through that 812 zone? Give us an update there, Cayman, on the book map chart. All right. SPY still pushing out. All right, VIX looks like it's going to roll over. It looks like a bear flag. 815. 815 would do fine. 815 makes more sense. Okay, Tesla plus 20 is its ATR. All right, so we're plus 20 now. 815 makes sense. Oh, yeah? Okay. So we're very close to it. You can see Grover just mentioned ATR is 812.25. You can see we're right at that $20 ATR. Okay, so if you don't know what I'm talking about, folks, and you're a new member, you should have ATR on your chart or be able to reference it, because that tells you what you can expect the stock to do during the day, barring everything else. Okay, so expectations are we could see 20 points. How far did we move today? 20 points. So is the play done? Maybe 812.50 is the top of the range today. All right, so you should always, especially if you're trading options, you should really pay attention. If this starts off a bullish day and you're thinking, oh, this is up a buck already, I don't want to chase it, but you see ATR at 20 and go, oh, wait, this has got a $20 ATR. It's up $1 at the open. I'm not chasing. This has probably got a potential for flying today. So I would look at the 5-minute chart and I'd say in the opening range, oh, wow, I'm up a buck or two. I can still take this because I've got a $20 ATR. That's the way you should be thinking about your positions, at least the way I look at them. And I can tell you over 34 years of trading that perfecting these skills and knowing exactly what to look at without having to fumble through charts and books and, what your buddy on StockTwits thinks or girlfriend, whatever, or your wife's opinion, you'll be able to say, no, it's got an ATR of 20 bucks. Why would I want to sell it now? It's only up $2. And it's a bullish day and the markets are rallying off the lows. Tesla, I think this is going to surprise everybody. I think we could blow past the ATR. ATR is only a yardstick, right? It's a reference point. Doesn't mean it has to stop when it hits 20. This could be an expansion day like this day over here, which is like a $40 move right there. See that big bullish candle? That's twice the size of this candle. What if we run for the next hour and a half and they keep buying above 815? Wow, that'd be cool. Get up to 820. Now that I could like. I could like that a lot. Anyway, that's just one chart. Trade it on its own merits, as Mikey was saying before. You know, if you like to buy the dip, I like to buy the dips to the 9 and 21 day. I look for those follow-through days. Okay, even if I bought on yesterday, even though I bought yesterday and it didn't close at the high of the day, I was still pretty confident that this could go because of all of these candles right in here. The worst case scenario would pull back to say 770 or so, where these wicks are in the 90 MA, but I couldn't see that happening. And as luck would have it, Tesla keeps finding a bid, and the volume is showing institutions are picking up shares. Almost 20 million shares trading hands today. That's a lot of volume. Could we close right here and be happy? Absolutely. Look for a follow-through day tomorrow. VIX is starting to push higher. All right, Elvis is trying to push above VWAP now. Elvis. All right, so I'd like to see Elvis close near the highs of the day. Okay, so we know that ATR is pointing higher. That's telling us to look for a close in the upper half of the daily range. Would love to see it close at the high of the day. It's got an ATR of $1.60. Okay, it's up 94 cents. We could definitely see another 50 cents on this one. Okay, there's your ATR, $1.50. All right, so let's say $1.50. So if you're up 94, so we could see another 70 cents or so, 70, 80 cents on this one. That'd be good. Close at the upper half of the daily range. A nice solid close on these casino stocks would be awesome. MGM, big pop today. Got an upgrade, I believe, or a couple of upgrades. When is right. It's tagging the 50-day, but its ATR, its stochastic is also rising. MACD's above signal line. RSI through 50. So this has got more room to run to the upside before getting overbought. Some people call this overbought. I look at it as strength of trend. At 50, you're 50-50. As it starts to rise, the strength of the trend is more bullish. As it's dropping below 50, the strength of the trend is more bearish. You can see this muscle both upper and lower RSI bands. This muscle tells me this trend is definitely strong to the downside. So I wouldn't be thinking about taking a long on something like this back then when RSI was here. Conversely, if you look at Tesla, well, we don't have any examples where it's above. Let's see, NET, let's see. Yeah, you see NET? Look at that. Look at. Some people would look at this as overbought, but I would look at it as strength of trend, showing muscle like a bicep in profile. Just because it got up here did not mean that it was going to, you should sell it. And as Sunrise Trader will say a lot of times, when the stock is moving higher and you've been in it for weeks and months, instead of selling it, it hasn't done anything stupid yet until right about here where it starts to pull back and it drops below the 90 EMA. Keep moving your stops higher. You know, keep tightening them up. You know, having a little bit looser stop down here back in May and June, and then once it starts to show muscle, strength of trend, start tightening your stop and moving a bit higher. Whereas you might have a $2 or $3 stop over here, you might have a $1.50, a dollar stop over there. NET is just doing great, and most likely we'll see RSI get up here and create muscle again. Tesla got rejected at 812. Okay, so that's okay. All right, stocks that are showing relative strength today. Okay, Salesforce, Nike. Nike off the 200-day. All right, so we're 2 weeks into this now. You got the base at the 200-day. Now that it's above the 21-day, you got a nice move, almost 10 points up to the 50-day. So if you're a Nike trader, I like Nike. Nike. All right, so Nike looks good. If you're still in Nike, I think Daniel, you're in Nike, right? Or is it Raul? Raul, are you in Nike? Looking for the follow through? That looks good. CrowdStrike, CRWD, CrowdStrike. Okay, so I like CrowdStrike, but I like it even better once it gets above the 50-day. The way I look at charts may be a little different than you, but we're probably looking at the same thing, Rob. You know, we generally do look at the same thing. So I'm looking at this trend break, this channel, right? So I believe Johnny, Day Trader Rockstar, I believe he mentioned this once before. And this is something I look for. Okay, he mentioned this a while ago, and I credit him for that because this is an observation that many people don't look at. So you got a descending channel, right? You got a descending channel. Okay, and the price actions hit that lower channel twice, or you could say maybe even 3 times. But this time right here, this is off just a bit. This time right here, and certainly this time, this pivot low, failed to make it all the way back down to the bottom of this channel. That's a change in sentiment that, you know, should be paid attention to. So now that we've broken up above the 21-day, a close above the 50-day tomorrow would get me long, and I'd be looking for 290 on CrowdStrike. We've got other stocks in the group. We want to see them moving too. FireEye. Did they get bought out? I guess they got bought out. You got CyberArk. CyberArk. All right, that's above the 921 50-day. That looks like it's going to break out. PANW, Palo Alto Networks, breaking out the 52-week highs. So you see these. What's Symantec? SYMC, Symantec. Did they get bought out too, Symantec? Anton probably knows this. You're not in Nike? Okay. You guys know who bought out Symantec? Yeah, they don't trade anymore. All right, VIX spiking up again. All right, so take some profits off the table. Not a bad idea. Looking for a follow through in Tesla tomorrow. It's breaking above a range. IWM's at the highs of the range. We're seeing a little profit taking right now on IWM at the high of the day. So we'd like to see a follow through tomorrow, IWM. Break above this little pivot, we could see a run up to 223. Oh boy. QuantumScape up $1.02, up 4.5%. QuantumScape starting to move higher. All right, so STG, STG is the company that bought FireEye. All right, what is that, a SPAC? Sunlands Technology Group, is that a SPAC? Wow, look at that downtrend. Now you see this kind of chart, you know, a lot of people look, new investors, new traders, they look at this, oh, this got cheap. This got cheap. Maybe I should buy it right here because it's cheap, you know. If you aspire to William O'Neill's thoughts, he has a quote. The great paradox of the stock market is that what seems too high in price and risky to the majority usually goes higher. And what seems too low and cheap usually goes lower. Now, that really applies to something like this that's in this downtrend, or Tilray. All right, that really applies. That quote from William O'Neill: "What seems cheap, low, and cheap usually goes lower." It's another way of saying it's in a markdown period. Okay, all of these cannabis stocks look exactly the same. They're all in downtrends. Trading these, you're throwing away your money. You don't want to put stock, you don't want to buy stock in something like this thinking that, oh, a year from now I might be making something. Well, a year from now, you see this downtrend in October, you could be down, 50% on your investment. Why would you do that? Always look at something. I'm just telling you from my perspective, 34 years of trading. Always look, if you're going to do anything and it's early and it's at the lows, look at Lockheed. Lockheed Martin's a good example of quality name, makes a lot of money, made the same reversal. Now, I wouldn't categorize this as what O'Neill was talking about. However, it is at the lows. We would look for the break back above the markdown trend, which is the 9 and 21 day and 50 day. Once it gets above that, which it's doing right now, it's starting phase 2. The 9, 21 day and 50 day will start to turn up. Over the next several months, you're probably going to see Lockheed Martin make it back to 390, 400. Okay, so cheap stocks are a lot different. Just understand what you're looking at. This is a cheap stock. The people who would be buying this is somebody who only has $10 per share that wants to buy 1,000 shares, or 100 shares. That's a waste of money. Look at Lockheed Martin instead and buy one share, $350. And look for it to multiply. Buy 2 shares, buy 5 shares, whatever you can afford, or buy options in the money. All right, so SPY is moving off the lows. We've got VIX with a lower high, potentially right here, and a higher low on SPY. Look for a follow through. Tesla still hasn't given it up. Tesla hasn't given it up, all right? I know I'm harping on this when I say it, but if you look at these charts objectively, and you see this big downtrend, it's not until price action starts to turn and move above the moving averages that you have an opportunity on the long side. These are shorts. These are shorts against rejection. You could show me a dozen charts that are in markdown, and you can see exactly where the shorts are the best entries. Trying to short a stock like LMT, while it's possible, from the highs, on these pullbacks, much better results if you're looking at charts like Kronos, Tilray, Canopy Growth, those stocks, MJ, the ETF. This is in a downtrend. Stay away from that. When you see that, stay away from it. You'll do a lot better just by paying attention to what price is telling you. Look at the volume too on some of these cells here. Big volume. And price retreats. I always get a kick out of people talking about, you should take a look at Tilray. This is a perfect area down here. It's down at the, and how many times I've heard them say Tilray was a good buy down here all along these areas, and they kept pulling back. You might catch the 1 or 2 days that it pops up, in which case you're scalping a mean reversion, but the majority of the time it's in a downtrend. Wait for the moving averages to turn higher. So QuantumScape is starting to turn, okay? So the moving averages over the next few weeks will probably turn up and to the right if price action continues to accelerate here. That looks good. 9 EMA is turning up. Volume starting to pick up again. MACD's turning, should cross over probably by the end of the week. Stochastic's in a good setup. When it gets low like this, look for the turn, look for MACD to turn, look for volume to come in. And it finally does. So that looks good. RSI gets back above 50, nice pop. Yeah, CrowdStrike, I'll be watching it with you. Make sure you tap me on the head if I'm not paying attention. QuantumScape starting to accelerate now. Starting to accelerate at the end of the day. Okay, here's A, B, C, looking for D. Okay, QuantumScape, ABCD pattern. All right, so if you're a new member, you don't know what I'm talking about. We're looking for these patterns. Usually these occur 12 o'clock. The A pivot, that A leg is in the morning. A lot of times those will occur, anywhere from 10 o'clock, 10:30 to 1 o'clock. And then you look for the dip. Once you see that B pivot, a lot of people will come back from lunch. They'll see that B pivot. Then you'll see the C pivot. You'll get a higher low. Then you put your stop right underneath this level right here. There's your stop right there, 23, say 23.60, 23.50. And it starts to take off. Then you can move your stop from here up underneath VWAP as it accelerates away. And then you've got a positive trade. So even if it does pull back on you, you get stopped out with flat or with a small gain. Looking at Tesla here, looking for a follow through. If you've read a lot of books, you're a new trader, you read a lot of books, and your head's all, full of this stuff that you're thinking about, a double top and all these things. Trust me, if you just watch that video that I share with you when you join the site and boil it down to what you've learned, but throw away a lot of stuff and just look at, how price action reacts to VWAP. Is VWAP upsloping? Do you have high relative volume during the day? Is the whole sector moving? Do you see ABCD patterns? You can nail it down to just a few concepts and your strategies will work a lot better. 5% stops, start taking profits at 20%. The math works out in your favor by 15%, obviously. 20% minus 5%. I know we don't have any illiterates in the trading room, but just talking through it. All right, watching Tesla again here, about to go. If we get through that 812.50 zone, this expansion day will see some acceleration up to that maybe 815 level that Cayman had talked about on Bookmap. SPY, no follow through. VIX is hanging out. What a pain in the buttocks. All right, so don't fail to check out the solar stocks, the solar equipment stocks like Enphase, First Solar, and others. SunPower, SEDG, First Solar, SPWR, Ginkgo Solar, JKS, DQ, another Chinese name. Not too fond of the Chinese names only because of the headline risk. Didn't they come out and say something yesterday at lunchtime when I took off around 1 o'clock? Did they say something about BABA yesterday? About the regulators are starting to come again? I think they said that yesterday. And what happened? We had BABA at the high of the day and it closed at the low of the day. Now it's fading again. It's probably headed back down to the highs. All right, so let's look at some of the other names like Baidu. That's the Google of China, right? Baidu. You've got JD.com. All right, that's lower today, pouncing a little bit. IQ. All right, that bounced. Baozun. I don't know. There's just too much headline risk here. There's so many stocks to trade that I just stay away from these names. Just me. All right, that's just me. If you're day trading it, it's another thing altogether. If you're swing trading it, just know you have a hell of a lot of risk. Like yesterday we saw at lunchtime. BABA was at the highs, and then it closed at the lows after that comment out of Chinese regulators. And the education stocks, Chinese education stocks, they got slaughtered this year. And they used to be some of the top things that we would trade. I know Rob used to trade them in the YouTube chat room. Rob used to trade TAL and EDU, I believe, both of them, right? TAL and EDU. Okay. That William O'Neill quote, the great paradox of the stock market is what seems too high in price and risky usually continues higher, and what seems low and cheap usually goes lower. This is low and cheap. There's no doubt about it. And if you were holding shares at $90 and you got it down here at $4.82, you're not very happy with the Chinese regulators. I just, with all the things we got to deal with, this is one thing I don't want to deal with, is headline risk that could change every day. All right, QS, QuantumScape, looking for a follow through. Looking for a big cup that runs right back up to the highs. The more I read about electric vehicle manufacturers, parts manufacturers, powertrains, the number of moving parts in an EV is like ridiculously low. It's something like, I don't know, 50 to 100 parts that are, moving parts. I think it's even less than that. Versus a gasoline engine, which is what, thousands of parts. Anybody who builds car engines or restores them, you can let me know what you think. But this whole EV revolution starting to really sink into me after buying solar panels, having them installed, N-phase solar panels and equipment, microinverters. Had me thinking, let me do a lot more research over the weekend. I did. The trends are accelerating. What they thought was going to take 10 years, only 2019, 2018, what they thought was going to take 10 years took 5 years. When you got to 2020, what you thought was going to take 5 years is now taking 2 years. So what do you think the possibility of 2021, 2022 of that swing accelerating? So what I'm trying to get at is what companies have good prospects. The American manufacturers caught on pretty quick that, we need electric vehicles. Ford with the 150 and I think the 250, is that right? Electric vehicles that they're producing. They produced a hell of a lot of them. I know they shipped a lot, according to most recent news. GM has the Cadillac, I believe, and the Hummer EV. The Hummer is like awesome. The Cadillac's beautiful if you like that kind of luxury car. But they got EVs as well. Well, you don't have to get the exact manufacturer. I mean, I like Tesla the best. I like GM and Ford as well. But all the parts that go into it, the lithium batteries, the components of the car, Delco, isn't it Delco that provides parts? Magna International, Axle, AXL on the watch list, drivetrains and other parts that you're going to have in electric vehicles and gasoline engines. So they're not going to go out of business. They're just going to retool if they have to at all. But the trend is upon us. And if you get ahead of it, you've got a lot to look forward to. So buy the dips and sell the rips. Stocks like LAC, lithium. All right, so you had this nice base. Then you had the run up. It took about 6 weeks to get to the highs. Now we're going through another base. Do we break out? Probably. We're probably going to break out. Big cup, handle, follow through. The depth of the cup is your expected or anticipated move, measured move. So you got about 10 points on this. So 33 looks doable. Same thing with QuantumScape. All right, QuantumScape, you got the depth of this pattern, 25 up to 114. I would say just give yourself, increments on the builds going forward as far as, base and trend, base and trend. Look at QuantumScape. This is a nice looking day, huh? Relative strength, pretty obvious. Markets are sideways to slightly lower, and you got this stock taken off to the upside, QuantumScape. So I'm thinking as this builds out the right side of the cup, you could see a double in this one. You know, put it in your account and forget about it. This is starting to build phase two. I would start adding to this if you already have a position and you sat through this little dip. Start adding to a position now. Maybe tomorrow we get a better read. And once we get above this volume by price band, this base will be done. Then we'll look for phase two to continue to accelerate. And the institutions that own QuantumScape and other lithium names in their portfolios will start to lift their offers. And we could see maybe 30 into November, maybe 40 into December, 40 to 50. Anyway, so parts manufacturers, Axle's on the watch list. Okay, we saw this one break out of this base at $9.32, $9.50. This is on the watch list this week. Broke above the 200-day. I liked what I saw there. We're following through, and I'm not the only one that sees it. You know, the trend is going to be pretty profound. You think about all the energy stocks, oil and gas stocks. I'm thinking, investors are thinking, we better get into solar before they just go crazy, ballistic. SunPower moving higher, SEDG. You know, buying these dips, looking for the trend to start, big base. Let's see what SEDG looks like on the weekly. Okay, so you got a nice trend from 2020. So you move from $70 up to $356. We based. Now we're building the right side of the pattern. So you could probably see another 60 points on this one, back up to the highs. Just have to navigate the earnings. So you don't want to be holding it into earnings. Maybe you buy it, sell it right before earnings, wait for earnings to come out. If it dips a little bit, you can get back into it and then look for 356, 360. SEDG, First Solar, FSLR, First Solar, building a big cup. It's almost back to the top of its cup. Big trend from March. Okay, 33 up to 106. You got about a 30, let's just say 30 points on top of this. So let's say 150, 140 to 150 on this one on the breakout. First Solar looks good. This looks like institutions have been buying daily. Okay, nice follow through. Enphase, this is one of my favorites because I have equipment and I've read up a lot about their equipment, microinverters, their batteries, the technology that they're doing, that they're using. Enphase. So don't buy the high of the day. Wait for a little dip, maybe back to the 50-day tomorrow. I'll be adding to it, starting a position and adding to it. So supposedly Pelosi is lobbying Congress for a stripped-down version of the Biden infrastructure plan. That's what I saw on Bloomberg, I think. All right, SPY pulling back a bit. Killing Theta, just not going anywhere. No volume. Enphase looks good though. Enphase. I was looking for those dips. Intraday, it went flat. What I was thinking was yesterday we saw this flat price action and towards the end of the day it dropped off a bit. So I'm waiting for a bit better price on Enphase. But I like it for the follow through. Up to 200 or so. So another 30 points on Enphase. I could scale into Enphase and be okay, be comfortable with it if it does pull back a little bit. Add to it, Enphase. All right, VIX moving up to the highs. All right, so we're just chopping around here. What's Tesla doing? Tesla end of day. Tesla, all right, so profit taking on Tesla. So 812 capped off price action for today. That was the, $20 on the ATR. So we still have a chance to bounce here, but let's hoping for more on Tesla. All right, we'll have to wait until tomorrow. I think one of the biggest issues that we have as young traders, new traders, amateur traders, just starting out, is that you get something in the morning, it runs up, it hits the high of the day, that A pivot, and then you watch the price action pull back, B and C, and it's like, oh man, I can't believe it's doing this. But that's pretty normal price action. That's why we call the site the closing print, because it's about the close, price action at the close. Intraday, if it's a bullish setup, you're going to have to live through and stop looking at the 5-minute chart, look at the 60-minute, look at the daily, and anticipate that if it's a bullish setup and the markets are moving higher, the group is moving higher, that you're going to close near the upper half of the daily range. And don't get disappointed if it pulls back intraday, because that happens with almost all stocks. You see ABCD patterns every day. So step away from it, zoom out a little bit, look at the daily, look at the weekly, look at the 4-hour, the hourly chart, and try to stick through some of these trends. I mean, as bullish as end phase has been over here in May, there were periods where it went sideways, could have shaken people out. But if you're constantly getting in and out of stocks, you might miss this big move on the next leg. After a bullish reversal, it gets back above the 9 and 21 day, maybe you wait until this level here in June, and then it takes off. But these pullbacks intraday, like this doji right there, that long-legged doji, you have two bullish candles, and you look at it on the 5-minute, you go, oh man, I'm going to lose it. You sell it at the low of the day because it seems like it's going to keep dropping when it's actually a very bullish pattern. Next day you come in and it's way past the previous day's high that you sold it at the low of the day. So you have to get used to price action not going straight up every single tick, and just watch for those patterns. Like this is a pattern breakout. Looks like it's going to break above the 50-day. Speaking of pattern breakouts, new core yesterday we were looking at. Nah, it hasn't quite got above the 21-day. So we looked at it yesterday and we said it has to get above the 21-day. And I like it above the 50-day. But 21-day, Cleveland Cliffs, same thing. All right, Cleveland Cliffs look a little better. Okay. So now do I want to wait? Do I want to wait for it to move another dollar? It's got an ATR of $1. Okay, it's up 41 cents. So do I want to buy it here with the idea that it could get rejected at the 50-day? That's fine, could get rejected. So if I bought it right here on a dip, Cleveland Cliff, I like to see the other stocks in the group also move higher. So, buying the dip here, watching Cleveland Cliffs, that's a possibility. We might pull back to the 21-day. Tomorrow, I would probably wait. At this point in the day, what's the rush? If it does pull back tomorrow, fine. If it pushes towards the 50-day, then you've got to stop underneath the low of the day, and prospects for 75 cents to $1 on a move higher tomorrow. But you got two bullish candles. What's U.S. Steel doing? The other stocks in the group, U.S. Steel looks pretty good. STLD, Steel Dynamics looks pretty good. Looks above the 21-day. Look at MACD. This looks good. So the whole group looks good. Look at Timken Steel, TMST. All right, they got rejected. So they're not all doing the same thing just yet. Schnitzer Steel. All right, let me just go to the steel stocks. I have one that I want to check out. Farmer Jim was talking about steel stocks yesterday. I meant to check it when he was talking about it, but he's talking about a lot of steel manufacturers they're going through this process. I forget what he called it, but basically you take in metals that have been reclaimed, you know, from salvage yards, whatever, and you put it through a process where you make strong steel again. Anybody in the room know what that's called? I don't know. I just know that, you know, you buy rolled steel. You want good steel if you're going to build a building as an architect. But as far as the different types of steel, there's one company that does that, and it starts with an S. It's Schnitzer Steel, I believe. All right, I don't think this is it. I think the steel, there it is, steel. So this company, SCHN, that's it. All right, so it's in a bullish trend. All right, manufactures finished steel products from recycled metals and recycles ferrous and non-ferrous metals in auto parts. Okay, that's big business, and Jimmy was talking about that. I like it a lot. Yeah, the steel stock's moving. All right, let's see who is the best one. TKR. Okay, I didn't think it was going to be that one, but that's fine. Timken Steel, TKR, breaking trend. All right, so this is in the beginning stages of what you could see on a potential follow through and get back up to the 90s. I would give it a couple more days, let the moving averages turn. U.S. Steel looks good. Cleveland Cliffs, Ternium Steel, Arcelor Metal, German Steel, Zeus. That looks pretty good. All right, so SPY not giving you anything. It's moving sideways back down to the bottom of the range. Got a feeling they could sell a little bit here. Got a little bit less than an hour to go. All right, so looks like profit taking. I had a nice run today. Most of the stocks had a nice run. Look for a follow through tomorrow. All right, so what is Boeing doing? Boeing, I'd like to see a follow through. Nope, rejected. Raytheon. All right, so this is not so bad. What I'm looking for is a better entry or re-entry on Raytheon. Some of you took this flag breakout last week. Options, Raytheon, Northrop Grumman. All right, flagging. So I'm not keen on buying up here. I would be looking for a little dip now. Still very bullish on this name. And L3 Harris, LHX, AJRD. They, Aerojet Rocketdyne, they do a lot of work for Boeing, or used to anyway. Uranium stocks, CCJ, that's another one. CCJ Materials were pretty hot yesterday. CCJ, wow, nice move on CCJ. What's UU? Energy Fuels, UU. DATS, DATS, DATS. Yeah, that's a nice IPO. Look at that volume. That's institutions. Yeah, CCJ looks good. Yeah, it looks really good. Tesla's good. Good, good, good. All right, SPY's starting to bounce now. We're going to move back in the other direction. So people buying puts are probably disappointed that we're not following through. Same thing with calls. If you bought calls and we didn't follow through, you're probably disappointed. So thinking to myself, this guy I met yesterday, young guy Brian, son of a friend from North Jersey, Hackensack, Don Wallace, architect. Met him just sitting. It was getting dark. Just sitting, having a beer on the pier. Guy comes up, sits next to me, says hello, whatever. Wife and I just sitting there. We start chatting, talking about AC/DC and Led Zeppelin. Oh, my dad likes it, Zeppelin. Oh, where are you from? Hackensack. I said, really? I know some people from Hackensack. You know Don Wallace? And he says, the architect? I said, yeah. He says, that's my dad. I'm like, holy crap. What are the odds? You know? And I had moved from one end of the pier down to, about 150, 200 yards. John, you know where I'm talking about, the by the Hilton there, Hilton Resorts, down by the other end where you guys were instead of the pier. Anyway, that was kind of cool. It's like, wow, what's your dad doing? He's still in Jersey, bitching about New Jersey politics. Just sitting here watching price action, shooting the breeze. Grover, I just sent you a DM. All right, VIX is still very elevated, folks. You know, it's not giving it up like we've seen in the past. Now that we're going into Wednesday, Thursday, the decay in those options, the puts in particular, are going to start to kick in. So that's going to alleviate the need for dealers to hedge as much. So that could be enough to provide fuel to move higher. Now, the flip side is if VIX continues to stay higher and they keep staying long vol, that's going to put some pressure on SPY by itself. So, there's a lot of moving parts right now. We just want to see more puts, profits taken, if you will. Got a lot of expiration. Nice. UU looks good. URNM. URNM. Yeah, nice. Uranium. Energy. There's another uranium. Was it ETF? Where do I have that? I'm trying to figure out where I have that chart. Commodities. I think it's in here, commodities. Here it is, URA. Okay, URA. URA ETF. That's been on a tear since the March low, 2020. This is probably getting pretty extended, huh? VIX spiking back up to the highs. Wow. Cannot believe the strength in VIX. This is crazy. All right, let's look at some of the rails. Look at the rails and transports. They had a pretty decent day today. Rails. CP. CSX. They're all taking a breather. Greenbrier. Equipment and rail cars. Kansas City. Norfolk Southern. All of these taking a break. Freight Car America, RAIL, trying to break trend. And Union Pacific. All of these pulling back a bit. Okay. Let's take a look at some of those staffing firms like we're looking at in the weekend video. Staffing firms, we're seeing a lot of activity. Mary McDonagall, Mary, whatever her name is, I missed it. CCRN, staffing nurses, temp nurses. All right, so bouncing off the 21-day, 50-day. All right, you got executive recruiting, HSII, executive recruiting, flagging. All right, so probably a bounce in the next few days. You've got Robert Half, RHI, another staffing firm, RHF pulling back. So this is probably going to bounce. Still in bullish trends. Just because it's pulling back doesn't make it a bad stock chart. It just means I'm waiting. And TBI, industrial and construction related staffing, probably, has a lot more people that they're placing. All right, so Tesla pulled back a good 7 points from the high of the day, 6 points. So staffing firms, those look good. I was looking at those this week. Yeah, you're at Corrado's? Where at? On Route 4? That's cool. All right, so that's that. So, stocks are not going to be at the highs of the day, it looks like, because the SPY has pulled back. IWM. All right, that faded the high of the day as well. A lot of stocks are probably going to fade some of these highs. So we'll look for a follow through tomorrow. Snap. Let's see what Snap looks like. Snap needs to get back above. One thing about Snap, I'll tell you, this is a serial disappointer. You got to be in and out of this one when it runs short-term swings. Because it can run up a few days and then boom, it pulls back below below where you bought it at. We saw that like several times. This most recent time, it looked like it was going to keep going. Next day, inside day, and then followed through, drop below the 50-day. Now it looks like it's going to go again. So the next stab up towards 83, 84, I'd be selling into strength if you still have Snap or you're thinking about buying. Look for the follow-through day tomorrow. Gets above 78, 77.50, this should run. And I would stay in it very short, briefly. All right, that looks good though. All right, so it looks like they've had some profit taking in the last 20 minutes or so. Last 5-minute candles, 30 minutes. 5 or 6 5-minute candles. Blah, blah, blah. Okay. NET still showing a lot of strength. Nice follow through. Printing 150 finally. NET. Yeah, that's true. Clifton. Yeah, okay. Clifton store. All right. Clifton I'm familiar with. That's true, Freno. You can take the CV out of the jersey, but you can't take the jersey out of me. It's so funny because you're at a store or something, and somebody, you ask somebody how they're doing, and they look at you and you go, "How you doing?" They tilt their chin up. "How you doing?" If you're from New Jersey, you know what I'm talking about, or New York. New York, same thing. I don't know if they do that so much in Connecticut, but New Jersey, New York, tilt your head up. "How you doing?" Like Paulie from The Sopranos. "How you doing, Paulie? How you doing?" Forget about it. Yeah. New Jersey's got a lot of bad raps about it, but it's, you get away from the turnpike. It's really actually a very beautiful state. It's got some sucky politics, but, good people, good food. The weather, I can do without the black ice during the winter times out west in Sparta in that area. But, I liked being able to drive up to Killington and Mount Stowe and Sugarbush and all those areas to go skiing. Now to go skiing, I'd have to go west. I guess I could drive about the same amount of time and get into the Appalachians. You guys have skiing over there, right? So, yeah, I miss that. Yeah, I saw that. Sopranos are on again. A different Tony Soprano, right? I don't know. It's kind of hard to replace James Gandolfini. He was a perfect. Whoever picked him, that was perfect. Carr. All right, Avis. You're looking at Avis. Is that what you're talking about? Yeah, nice. Wow, look at that move on Carr. Now, what's Hertz? Did they change their symbol yet? H-E-T, can't spell. Hertz. Hertz. HTZZ 27. Remember when this was, what are they, reverse split? This used to be like $8. Was that the other one? Is that this one? Yeah, it was $8. Remember when they had that lawsuit with the shareholders, and they said, "Okay, we'll agree to $8, bondholders, whatever," and they came out of Chapter 11. Still got a lot of work to do, but this ran up quite a bit. Yeah, I always liked Avis better. Car. And, Ryder, a little bounce there. United Rentals, URI. Or that pulled back. What's FedEx doing? FedEx has got earnings soon, right? Wow, FedEx is in the toilet. UPS, not as good either. Might get those to turn. All right, Netflix is starting to move here. Netflix is starting to move off the lows. All right, stocks are getting bought right here. Google's starting to see a tick higher. We've got a little bit more than 30 minutes to go. All right. By the way, Prism, we got my next door neighbor is from, what part did they say? Colorado. He said the west side, Colorado. Something Junction. Grand Junction. Yeah, he's from Grand Junction, Colorado. Guy right across the street sold their house. $100,000 profit. The people who left there, they bought the house for, I think they said 320. They sold it for 420. They were only there 2 years. Housing is just ridiculous. Problem is, you could sell your house. I could make $100,000 in a house, but where do I go? I need a house. Got 2 kids. I got school. And finding builders is just ridiculous. You can't find anybody that can do something within a year. Even with the weather not being that bad, the frost isn't bad, so you don't have to worry about the, frozen soil to deal with for foundations. Ah, boy. Speaking of housing, it's a pretty interesting chart. I always find this interesting to share this. When we were in New Jersey, my wife got pregnant. We got married. She got pregnant. We bought our first home right there at literally the top of the market. I can't believe how if I had shorted right here, that would have been a primo entry. That's the high of the market after the .com, the 2007, 2006, what the Fed was doing to make it easy to borrow. Remember all that crap that they did? You could borrow a loan. You didn't even have to show your income. Fast forward 2020, I literally had to give blood. I had to show them all my bank accounts. I had to jump through hoops. It took me 3 months just to get the loan approved. Anyway, we bought at the high. We had to wait several years. That was 2006, 2007. The markets finally bounced. And because of COVID, I didn't have to wait until we got all the way back up to the highs to make money on the house, because Jersey, people were moving out of New York watching the markets. People were moving out of New York, and they were just buying everything they could find, moving to New Jersey, which wasn't much better, in my opinion, at the time. So we had an offer 50,000 over our asking price, which was just above break even, and we got the deal. And like 2 weeks late, in 2 weeks, we were already starting to close. Now we've moved all the way back up to the highs. Above this red zone is what I'm considering the highs, and we're starting to see some acceleration. The housing market hasn't gotten as crazy as it was in 2006, 2007 from my perspective, but I guess it is just with that discounted value because of COVID. So in reality, this number could be higher. Just watching this chart though, these are peak housing prices. These are discounted prices. You can see right here at the lows there, that was 70. Remember the 70s, the end of Saigon, Vietnam conflict? 87 market crash, prices action, prices in housing drifted lower for 3 or 4 years after that. Then they rallied. So I like that chart. Also like this chart of industrial production. So if you think the markets are going to fall apart, you need to see industrial production fall off. Like it did. This will usually start to peak like several months before the markets actually turn. So right now we're continuing higher. You've got these crossovers. This is industrial production. Looking for a follow through, just pushing through 50 on this monthly time frame. These crossovers indicate recent bullish confirmation, follow through. And the cycle you can see is clearly bullish on industrial production. We're below zero. We've got a long ways to go, but the cycle is bullish and should continue into next year. We'll see, but there's 2009 over there, late 2009. RSI. So that's another good one. And if you're the children of baby boomers and you're wondering where is the money going to come from to make this market move higher, just look at multiple expansion. Look at the boomers during the 80s. All the boomers, they were investing. I started in 87, that vertical line right there. You can see 1987, that 33% drop in 2 days. It looks like a blip there compared to this run-up. Chart style, of course, but these cycles are indicative of our life cycles, meaning, you get out of college or you go into college, you spend all this money on books and, materials and whatever. And then maybe your parents buy you a condo, maybe they buy you a new car, or they give you the old one. You get out of college, you get another wave up, you spend more, the companies make more money, and this cycle just keeps repeating. You get married, you have kids, you buy a new house. The cycle continues. Then you buy another house, you sell the other one, and you get these cycles. We're on cycle 8. Baby boomers are on cycle number 8, and the millennials, you're just getting started. So if you're buying now on this dip, you have a lot of reasons to be very bullish. So buy an index fund, you don't want to worry about it. You've got a good 40 years of investing or more ahead of you, depending on how long you live. So you're going to be seeing these multiple expansion, contraction. A few months ago, we were up here at the top and there was no contraction. I didn't see any contraction. And then over the last month and a half, since the peak in August, you've seen this contraction and these multiples pulling back. We're looking for the bounce now and something to be bullish about. So anyway, so the equal weight index, let's see what that looks like. Are we still below the 50-day? I would just steady as she goes. I wouldn't do much. Didn't do much today. Took a look at a few things, but not really taking a lot of risk on. I'd like to add to Tesla. I might buy some shares here, actually, on this dip. All right, so I'm going to buy some shares of Tesla right here. Add to my position. 807.02. 807.02 filled. All right. Snap's starting to go. We're starting to get a little bounce. We got 24 minutes to go. All right, FANG stocks look like they're buying the dip here. AMD looks like it wants to pop.
RBNC, Revance Therapeutics, William Blair out with a note says posting a Form 483 sent the company in July causing sell-off in its shares. However, positive that the decision is still possible. That's from your victim November Charlie Revance.
I don't know what's going on with GSAT, GSAT, but a lot of volume came in here all of a sudden. It's a penny stock, $1.57. If you're in this one, GSAT, Global Low Earth Orbit Satellites. Speculation that they're going to do something with Apple was bantered about there during the last Apple event that they had. Maybe it's picking up on that potential. Apple having an event on October 18th, being sent out invitations. All right, so the markets, right now, I don't feel any reason to get too aggressive, as you know. Last couple of days, I told you that being aggressive on the weekend video also expressed some concern that we could see more weakness before we see strength. We got to get above the 921 and 50 day. We could be filling out the cup here. Just one possibility. All right, SPY back down to the lows. VIX starting to spike back up to the highs. What a crazy day, huh? I mean, this is insane. This relentless bid in the VIX.
LXU resumes trading now. Lima X-ray uniform. Shares dropping to a low of $9.51 after
Digital turbine back above VWAP.
company announcing a stock dividend price adjustment.
Elvis above VWAP running in the day.
Shares now at $9.67. That's Lima X-ray uniform.
Elvis is starting to go here. Watch Elvis. So here's a good example. All right, Elvis is in a bullish trend. Okay, if you bought it in the opening range and you didn't care about your entry, or you weren't particularly critical about your entry, and you just bought it up here as it broke the opening range high and then they couldn't break out, you're probably stuck in it most of the day, only to see it pulling right back up to the highs. So if you sold it disappointed during the day because of the intraday 5-minute chart, I would consider that a mistake if the daily chart is giving you a bullish read and all the stocks in the group are turning. So now we're seeing Elvis moving back up. It's all about the closing print, is what I was trying to say before. Now, somebody could be trying to get out right here. That's possible too. It's running back up, but it's above the 200-day. So we're looking for follow through tomorrow. All right. VIX is still pushing higher. Elvis looks good. All right, Facebook. All right, nice push to the highs there, right? Nice push. Almost made it to 325. I thought we could see 325. Maybe it does by the end of the day. Maybe it does end of the day. This was a nice trade from the low. Mike Mondo mentioning that one earlier. All right, we're about to take out the low of the day here. So we could see another shot at the low of the day. All right, let's look at the S&P. Spiders. We've got a little bit more than 15 minutes to go. SPY's dropping off here.
KOSS cost prevails in Apple IPR patent challenge to cost 982 wireless earphones patent.
All right, so SPY, we're at the low of the day. All right, we're dropping off here.
Shares of cost getting a pop here, $17.69. Extreme low, ticker alert. 60 cents, up 6%. That's KOSS. SCR, the SCORE announcing shareholder approval of its acquisition by the arrangement with Penn National Gaming. That's Sandy Charlie Romeo Papa Echo November.
All right, we're down at the lows here. SPY. VIX is spiking, man. VIX is really.
S&P futures falling here, 43.34.
All right, so VIX is just it's a party crasher. Yeah, VIX is like that friend you invited to a party. Everyone's trying to avoid, kind of like Wapner. Can you imagine him going to a party? He'd have something negative to say about everything you say. He could just be the antagonist. They might pay him to be the antagonist, but he is really obnoxious as hell. And, most people that think of New Yorkers or people from up north, they think of people like Wapner that don't let you talk. Down south, you don't just talk over people, you let them speak, even though they do speak a little slower, you know, they get the thoughts out. Um, yeah, that's what VIX is like right now. It just won't go away. VIX won't go away. Um, I'm sure you've been to a party like that where there's somebody there, like an ex-girlfriend or an ex-boyfriend or an ex somebody, or just a friend that you like, end of days person, that's always talking about there. There's nothing that backs the dollar. There's nothing backing the US dollar. Okay, let me move away from this end of days person. Take my drink and go over here. That's Bill Burr. He's if you're too stressed out from time to time, check out Bill Burr.
Market on close about 700 million on the sell side in balance. Shares of cost spiking now to the highs, $17.93.
Good guy, Bill Burr. He's a good guy. It's funny as hell.
On that patent victory over Apple.
All right, watching.
$18.80 now on Kilo Oscar Sandy Sandy, and shares are now looks like halted. Halted on a circuit breaker.
Cost KOSS.
On a circuit breaker at the high, $18.88. Kilo Oscar Sandy Sandy KOSS.
KOSS wins a case against Apple and is now halted, up 23%. Was trading 15.50 just a few minutes ago, and then it jumped $3 in 10 minutes. Halted. All right.
Market on close in balance now, $1.3 billion on the sell side.
1.3. Was that 1.3 billion on the sell side? Let's see. Let's see what it says. Market on close. 1.2 billion to sell. Market on close. All right, SPY dropping off. We got 10 minutes to go. VIX is spiking off. Wow, I can't believe VIX just manages to keep creating this havoc. Now, the SPY puts that are expiring, they're going to be taking profits off. I got to believe they'll take profits off today. You got Wednesday expiration, you got Thursday, and then Friday. You got all those puts rolling off. I got to believe they're going to be taking profits off down here. Get one more flush. Give me one more flush. Market just feels heavy. Feels heavy. Feels very heavy. He's so heavy. He's my brother. Futures looks pretty weak. LAC high of the day. LAC high of the day. Lithium. QuantumScape. What's QuantumScape doing? Lithium. LAC. Lithium America following through. Velodyne LiDAR. That one's popping up. Velodyne LiDAR, VLDR. All these EV related names getting a nice little bounce. SPY starting to get a little bit of bids coming in at the low. Shorts covering. Shorts covering at the low. Man, what a chop session. All right, got 5 minutes to go for the regular session. Elvis, a little pop, looking for another higher low and a push higher. All right, SPY's starting to bounce. Man, what a mess. So if you bought puts at the low of the day, you're probably regretting it right now. Snap up a nice $2 on the day. Snap. All right, we got a high tick alert now. Oh, jeez. Nice bounce. All right, nice pop in SPY and a reversal. Big volume here. Big volume on SPY with less than a minute to go. All right. There's your closing bell. All right, folks, this is your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It is the end of this Tuesday, the 12th of October. I enjoyed being here with you, talking about the markets and other nonsense that has nothing to do with the markets. Looking for all of those puts that expire. Make sure you check out the Gamma channel. I'll update it again tonight. It's probably going to be a pretty decent update. All of those puts are going to be expiring. So if they didn't take them off here at the low, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday could be very problematic for the bears. If we do get a bounce, we need to see VIX drop off. So we'll be looking for that tomorrow as well. All of those stocks that were on the morning blog post, make sure you check them out because they all followed through today. It's an interesting way of looking at markets. When the markets are down, pull up MarketSmith, sort the MarketSmith Growth 250 by percent gain, and look at the top 10. A lot of times you get some nice follow-throughs, and that's the case that we saw today. So LPX, Louisiana Pacific had a nice follow-through. It didn't close at the highs of the day, but it was up 3%. At the high of the day, it was up more than 4%. So check those out. Anyway, take care. Have a great evening. I'm going to spend some time with the kids, and we'll talk to you tomorrow. Ciao. Take care. Daniel, good. Later. Robert, later. See you later.